Hello, 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 beautiful creatures. So we are back, and we're going to be playing Made of Life, by the way. I am not okay with this, but hey, here we fucking are. Still that I can afford. So, and it's the newest game that I have. So, unless you guys are okay with me getting another game and then playing that through, then, you know, say so. Otherwise, we're continuing this shit. I'm gonna have to finish it, but I'm not gonna do anything like too much. I have to like I have to make sure that I can actually do what I need and that I can actually function, because if I don't I'm going to die. But if I don't function, I am probably most likely gonna pass out and I will get not only yelled at by my community, but also I will be very, very scolded by my at all. Nor my friends, because they will not let it go. Okay, anyway. I hope that there's one fly in here and it just refuses to leave. I tried to get it outside. I has tried. It does not want to leave. I'm like, go outside. It is not my problem, it's raining. They don't want it. Okay, yeah, that music was a lot nicer. Here, now. What do I need to do? No, that's not what I wanted. Not that either. Give me the objective. God damn. Ugh. Yeah. Okay, it does not tell me shit. I hate it here. Oh my god! Yo, what is my objective? Did you tell me that? Follow the men. Great. I don't want to do that. What? What? Went on. How the fuck am I supposed to follow men when I can't get anywhere? Is that a... Hello? Oh, come on! Ugh, fine. Okay. Oh, great! Atomic. Description. Amount. 11th June, Mr. Elderly couple. Exeter, Devon. 6 to... What the hell? Fuck, I hate this place. Yeah, nope, 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 nope. Nope. The fuck is this place so big? I don't do this.
here. There was someone else in the attic outside the door, but I think they've gone now. I don't. But you must look to yourself first, Thomas. If you should be caught too... They seem to be drawn to sound. You must remain quiet. But why? What do you think is wrong with them? I knew noise attracted them, but what happened to their faces? Dear God, that's horrific. I dread to think of you being snatched like that too. Our one hope of helping him, helping all of them, is finding the cylinders. Please, take the utmost care. And if I don't answer, it means I've had to hide, that they've come back.
Thing 2 fucking walks. Let's get to the fucking save point. Alright, save point gone too. Oh, I don't even know how to get past these barricades. I can't get. At least this is now saved. Else. I would like. Not to be here. Okay, this flight's taking too many liberties today. Wait a minute. Zero. Guys getting on. What a small, fast one. Black one, fast. Like small enough to avoid everything. Little thing is annoying the shit out of me. Actually, play my game without having flying into my fucking face. Fucking got it. Finally. Now play my game in peace. Oh, this was just getting on my absolute nerves. What am I on this map? There I am. This was locked. Those are locked. There seems to be a cylinder over here. Or is that the player? Oh well, we'll figure it out. Okay. No, we don't have the key. I'm just going to go in here and save. I am not getting sucker punched and having to do something over again. So... oh yeah, we got like 3 out of 20 of these. Okay, we got these. Like, I am scared to run in this game because I don't want to make sound. Canst thou draw out Leviathan with an hook, or his tongue with a cord, which thou lettest? Thou put or his jaw through. He make many subtlety. He speak soft words unto thee. He make covenant. Wilt thou take him for servant forever? Wilt thou play with him, bird, or wilt thou bind him? Shall she make a shall she partake him among? Canst thou fill his skin with hot iron? Therefore I will wane and howl. Okay, we got Cerberus. Hmm. I don't wanna. Okay. Oh, we need 4. Oh, oh. Be that way. Oh, I need a key. Okay, I'm just gonna go ahead and save. Because I want to. Like, as much as I love horror games, it's weird that I don't care for. I don't understand that symbol. Okay. And because map. Okay, yeah, I need to get the cylinders and I need to follow the men apparently. I'm like, you know what? I don't want to follow anything. I want to just avoid that. I have no idea what to do. But since I am a free, so I'm just nope. No. I am going to exit and I'm gonna see if we can do Diablo 4 with the model. Let's see if that works or if it doesn't. I'm not so sure it will work, but hey. Let's see if it works with Diablo, VTube Studios. Does it work with Diablo? Open this little bit thing. There. Okay. Now, I want to continue where we left off from last time with Diablo 4 because I really, really, really want to play the current season. Oh, yeah, I forgot. I need to do. I keep forgetting that I have to change the time on my computer. It's a whole thing. So I actually have to go out of the game and back in. Because otherwise it doesn't. For some odd reason. But it's always been like that. So I need to actually look a link post. I'll be right back. No, it's just I don't want like at least I think like right on screen. Because I have to like do a certain blah blah. I'm not going anywhere. It's more like, hey, I'm going to be doing something and I would like to just do it right now instead of later. Yeah. Yay! No, not that. No. Uh, really? Okay, we're doing this. We're doing it this way? Oh, for the love of. I'm gonna have to actually literally have to write the entire thing. Otherwise, I don't freaking do anything. Like, you know what? Fuck it. I actually have to literally find the link that I got sent. Go into fucking goddamn Discord. Find the motherfucking thing. And write the entire thing down. And I'm like, dude. And it says page not found. What do you mean? Ugh. Oh, sir. Incinerate build. Nothing. What the fuck is going on? Are you kidding? Okay, you know what? Alright, this. It shows up on the Oh, for the love. I forgot a whole thing. Oh my god. You know what I forgot? You wanna know what I forgot? I forgot there was like a whole fucking. And. I forgot to write build. That's how. I forgot to write. Wonderful. Hallelujah. Gonna work. Alright. Now I can actually have the build on my tablet instead of having to go back and forth on a freaking browser. It's like, it's fantastic, okay? It's wonderful. Okay, I'm gonna have to go on options a little bit. I lowered the sound because I was actually doing something on I was doing something on like on the game, but I wanted to play with music, so I just like did things. Let's see. So we have this. Oh yeah, we have a new effect with the town portal, which we are going to have. It's beautiful. All right. Consume an infernal horde compass. So that's one of the things we need to do, which, by the way, is this. So we're gonna go ahead and do that. Now, that's where it is. We're gonna teleport to it, and we're gonna go ahead and try our very best to not die. Aha! Me. So we're still trying to find a certain amount of things, but that's perfectly fine. We'll get there. Oh, hi. Nope. I got nearly enough survivability for this. Oh, hi, thanks. Wait, what? Oh yeah, this just keeps getting worse. Okay, cool. Let's see, go ahead and do that. Yippee! Nope. I don't have enough survivability for that. Let's see. Pick them paragons. Paragon. Oh, this is. Oh, for the love. I'm actually gonna have to do the Paragon thing. Ugh, the fucking computer, because that plays. Okay, burning in the studio. Deface it the correct. Alright, touchboard. Money and it. Still gonna have to do whatever I can. You have the items on the skill tree, most likely on the iPad, but if not, I'm gonna have to do this on the computer. Which sucks, but eh. You know what? Just get for the biscuit, I guess. There's a lot of stuff happening. Hmm. I don't even know, man. What the fuck is this shit? Damn. A lot. Dude. Come on. Give me a break. Okay, I got one more level, damn. We're fine. Okay, no. We do not want Training Spire. Okay. I didn't see my character for a minute. I'm not gonna lie. I didn't see anything. Okay. Okay, I only got one more. Right now what? Salted Hellborn, or... I'm guessing here. Holy mother. Oh my goodness.
I need more time.
We shall deliver judgment.
Will you? Because I think I am pretty good at this. Yeah, before I do that, I am definitely gonna check my Paracon status here. Okay, no, I did the wrong thing. It's here and then here. Alrighty, let's... Goodbye. Oh my goodness, that is a lot. Okay, that's 20. 20. Ooh. Ooh. Alright, so 20. It's all remaining ether for gold. So that's kinda... yeah. Alright, damn, that was a lot. Let's see, let's stash. Materials. Okay. Let's see equipment. Just so the one doesn't go to waste. Okay, speak with Demian. Where's he at? Where's he at? Okay, all the way in Kyoshad. Let's go. Let's do it! Still need to do a lot of things. Also, it's raining like crazy outside. That's our new portal. I freaking love it. It's wonderful. Alright, let's speak to this guy.
I see dark powers at work around you. Do they serve you? Or another? It matters not. I will teach you of the occult. Let us begin with the crafting of a sigil.
Okay. Oh. Once. Oh. Craft one. It's done. Okay, let's see about some of this gear then. So the neck piece has to have intelligence, glass cannon. Okay, intelligence is all there is on this one, so we're not using these whatsoever. No? Oh. Worse than what we have, so. No. Okay, rings. Intelligence, maximum life and attack. Too bad it's too low right now. Whoa, okay. Intelligence, maximum life, and attack speed. Got it. Perfect. Okay. Okay, next one. Intelligence, life on hit. We would just have to take that life on hit and get maximum life on it. Would be rather nice, actually. Okay, none of these. Let's see about the chest piece. This is not the chest piece that we need, so... This one is even worse than the one we have, but let's... 4 skills, attack speed, and... Yeah, pretty much. Alright. Just gonna mark these as junk so I can just dismantle them faster. The
Father bless.
blacksmith,
What do you
and just
need?
do this. Some new aspects are unlocked, others are not, but we will go ahead and see. So apparently it works with our model. Yay! Which is fantastic, by the way. Huh. Nice. We need to get to 55 before. But we did get a few, we got a few new ones. Aspects that we just created. Firestar aspect just created. Good. I'm not jolting. That was new. Was that all? Or was... No, that was all of them. Alrighty. Not so sure if we have the living aspect. But, definitely want to see... Ever living aspect is what we need. Have that. Nope. I need to somehow get extra paragon points. Or actually, I need more skill points, if I'm being honest. Somehow. But... Ah, there it is. So I need to complete that before I get the skill point. Point. Stronghold. Do one of those.
Well, well.
Damn. Alright, let's see what we get. Could I get a freaking helmet? For the love of everything. Okay, alright. First... Intelligence, attack speed, and cool. Yeah, whatever. Oh. Great.
Don't dally. Hand it over.
And we need the storm soul one. Hmm. Hmm? Hmm.
What a superior product.
Nope. Alright. There we go. Hmm. Now let's see. What do we have? Now, what I want to do is actually get a few things done here. So instead of going for the Hell Tide, I want to go ahead and try to see if we can't get a few more skill points. Like, for doing certain things. Getting renown, was it? Yeah, renown.
Thank the light you're here. My boy, I think he's possessed.
I'm gonna do this. Okay, strongholds. Huh? Stronghold. Pick. Go to the one in the. Nope. collect a few of
I
these.
need
Along
time
the
to
way.
do that.
That. Hey. Just because I can.
I'm not ready yet.
Blessed are you who will die in the Mother's name.
Give this stranger the holiest of welcomes.
There we go.
Give yourself to hate and corruption. I must destroy them.
Over here, help!
Okay, guess we're destroying effigies.
Get out of my house.
Oh, you were saying something? No? Okay, cool.
I need time to do that.
There we go.
Go. Run. I need more time.
Mm-hmm. Alright. How many are left?
Another one for the sacrifice.
The bells again. But who is left to ring them?
Indeed, who is left? I wonder. So, are we gonna find out?
Evil is done.
What? Man, that was worth a lot of potions. That was a lie. Holy mother. Alright. Oh, I would like a skill tree thing, okay? Damn. Let's see, Really? You couldn't give me a skill point? Oh. Curious. That's some bullshit. Hmm. Interesting. Right. Have them. So weird. Yeah, I need to get to level 55, but apparently chapter 2 is done. What? That one at least. Oh. In that. Decent looking. That was a lot of stuff. Yeah. Ooh, finally. Something better. Just anything better than what I had, okay? It was just better. Alright, so what is this dungeon? Wait a minute. What? Okay, cool. So I might have to go ahead and figure out, like, strongholds, see if they have, like, dungeons hidden. That might also be a thing. Wait. Okay, let's see. Apparently I can't get another point, but, you know what? Okay. We can deal. I forgot one. Recharging aspect. Okay, let's see. Headpat seems to be over here. I really have to get that. I really do. We're level 53, which is not bad, considering. Okay, so how long is this lasting? 30 something seconds. Okay, it's gonna disappear. Better. I'm gonna have to do that. We're gonna have to find a Helltide over there. Look.
I need more time. I need time to do that.
I'm just trying to get this thing. This is where the iron rules were last time. Ooh, nice. Sweet! Wonderful. Let's see. So I still need to try and figure out if I am wondering if I should just do all the strongholds. And then go ahead and see about, like... see what kind of dungeons they open up. Because, you know, I never know. It might be worthwhile. But I honestly don't know. Before I go anywhere, I want to see what I can... do need to temper.
Need something forged?
Tempering, let's... oh yeah, because World Tier 4.
No survivors. This place is overrun. I need time to do that. The smaller growths are protecting the larger ones. The light did not protect these knights from the vampires.
Let's see. Okay, let's see. What else can I?
The bloom leads beneath the cathedral. That must be the source.
Where is that? Freaking.
I need more time. I need more time.
All right.
I need time to
Next. Last time. Take his blade.
You will never harm another soul.
All right. Yippee! You got it. Nice. I actually managed it.
I need time to do that.
Oh my god. Sheesh.
Yeah, I appreciate that.
Hey, you know what? Oh. Okay. Yeah, I'll take that.
Thank you.
Oh. Huh. Alright. Let's go to Helltide. Wait, what? Again now? Mustache. Gurgling head. Oh, take that. You. All junk. Go. Okay, now where is... There it is. Alright. Go. Goblin!
What is this? Yeah, I reached my destination, but for some odd reason I don't have hearts. Ooh, got flame feeder. Sweet. Kinda sucks I don't have any hearts. Oh well. Where do we go? Oh, I do have
Got two of them. Nightmare dungeon. Oh, hi.
It's locked.
Not enough baneful hearts. Okay. Do I have to have 3?
It's locked.
No, wait. Oh, it's Moonlight. No, okay. I don't have baneful. Well, that sucks.
I need more time.
Let's-
I need time to do that. I need more time.
What? And we got the cultists. Okay, let's see. What do we need? Stash. Not the problem right now. Man, there's a lot of stuff. Okay. Let's see. Yep. This build is very stupid. But so worth it. Okay, I got a painful heart. So need another one. Need 2 more actually. Yeah, that thing's died standing. Alright. Oh, thank you. I'll take that. Thank you for bringing me a goddamn gorgeous feast. Pyromaniac Cliff. I don't think so. What?
I need time to prepare that.
Yeah, I know there's something on my chest that just don't care right now. Goblin! Oh, that was fast. Look at that! We got a malignant heart. Wonderful.
I need time to prepare that. I'm not ready yet. I'm not ready yet.
I don't know half of the stuff that's going on right now. Oh, do you got one?
I'm not ready yet. I'm not ready yet.
Damn! On first. Holy
I'm not
mother.
ready yet.
Whew. Let's see. I might as well go to tier 4. Roll tier 4. That might be a thing. Gotta do. Again? Really? Just gonna reload all those.
I need time to prepare that.
Nice. Upgrade on the staff.
It's locked.
I don't have any Baneful Hearts, dudes. Well, tier 4 is what I need to do. Not that. We need to find mine. Summoning thing.
The forge is ready.
for whatever you need. I can break that down. The forge is always hot.
See, flamethrower aspect. Yes. First try. Hey. Good. Still have some numbers to actually. So I'm definitely gonna be doing that. But I do need to I'm getting really hungry. Main reason why I'm so like So we'll be going to like eat up some. I have some leftovers for today. Ooh, hello. Okay, cool.
I'm not ready yet.
Okay, let's. Oh, okay. That was definitely better than what I thought. You know what? I'm not gonna pick up these anymore. Whoa! Oh no, I'm not losing my stuff, okay? It's as simple as that. going on anymore. I'm just throwing flame. Oh, gotta go. What? Wait a minute, wait a minute. And it's the wrong fucking ring. God damn it. Huh?
It's locked.
Okay, I need to start thinking about getting chests here. Okay, this is the next one. Another. Whee! Okay, let's find that chest then. See what we get. My brain is just literally going da 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 da. Ah! Woo! God damn it. I don't catch a break. Not my problem, dude. He on his own.
That exceeds my funds.
Oh. Nice. I need a few more. Okay, cool. That should not be a problem.
I need time to prepare that.
Yippee! Way to go missing, dude. Whoa! Alright, let's see. He's in.
I need time to prepare that. I need time to prepare that.
Let's see. What can I do?
I'm not ready yet.
Alrighty then. Oh, yeah, I need to go to the Tree of Whispers. Okay, let's see that. Pretty much doing more in the Helltide right now. I want to go get stuff from Tree of Whispers. Let's go. I'm mainly looking for legendaries right now.
It is done.
Service fit for a king.
Hmm. That one's better. Hmm. Today. Let me figure out how to do the.
Well, let's have a look.
Yeah. Yes, don't care. I be the case. Okay, let's see. I'll put these away furthermore. Let's see. Okie doke. So that's done. Oh, at least we're getting a lot of them. Still doing quite a bit. Ooh, Aspect of Frozen Memories is actually cool. Really nice. I'm gonna have to go get food because I is hungry. Is a hungry little bean. What do you mean I have more stuff to collect? What do you mean? Oh yeah, it's this thing. Not bad, actually. Nice. Too heavy for a mage, though. Wait, what? Whoa. Okay, that was... mean looking. That was actually kind of nice. That was from last season. That one. Arch enemy, and then we discovered mage stuff. Staff of the Fallen. Cool. Oh, this one fits best. There are other things to look at in the shop.
Greetings, traveler. Behold the marvelous tales I have to offer. Let us consider the cards once more.
Sarah Conjurer, then there's the Moth.
A powerful calling.
Gonna... Oh. That That was kind of nice. Simple, but nice. Recommended for me. Lover in White for the Necromancer. Or Tower. Ooh. Oh, the Winter's Vengeance. Bitter Winter.
Ah, very good.
Beauty. We have enough, like, platinum for it. I got it. I got the platinum when I pre-purchased the Vessel of Hatred. So cute. Barbarian. Oh. Wait, Ancient Hydra collection. What?
Ah, very good.
No. I'm gonna check the shop at a later time. But I will be right back. I'm gonna go ahead and get me some. Alright, we are back. So, I'm actually gonna be eating, so I'm just gonna put on just chatting. Alright, and we're gonna go ahead and watch some Mr. Ballin. What? I like watching these things, okay? Alright, there. So we're just gonna go ahead and pick a video that we haven't watched before. I have to scroll down a little bit. We're continuing the places you shouldn't go, but people went anyway. So let's see about that a little bit. I want to find which one we're on currently. Alright, so yeah, that one was apparently a tree was growing in his lung. That was insane. 3 places you can't go, but people who went anyways. Okay, let's see. That is an actual photo. Jeez. Alright. Let's jump in. I'm just gonna open link here.
I didn't think there was anything more claustrophobia-inducing and terrifying than being trapped in an underwater cave. That is, until I discovered today's top story. But before we get into today's stories, if you're a fan of the strange, dark, and mysterious delivered in story format, then you've come to the right channel, because that's all we do, and we upload 3, 4, even 5 times every week. So if that's of interest to you, please sneak into the like button's house and open up all of their cereal. But when you open the bags, make sure you tear them in such a way that you rip down the side of the bag, not along the intended seams at the top. Also, please subscribe to our channel and turn on all notifications so you don't miss any of our weekly uploads. All right, let's get into today's stories. Always seemed to have an issue with respecting boundaries. In 1996, when Daniel was 24 years old, he became obsessed with this video game series called Ultima, which in the early days of PC gaming was this huge hit. It was this open world role-playing fantasy game. Daniel figured out where the creator of this game lived, and in the middle of the night in the spring of that year, he went to this guy's house and he knocked on the door. And when the creator did not answer the door, Daniel's frustrated and he leaves, but comes back a couple hours later and proceeds to break a window, climb inside this guy's house. He goes upstairs and he goes into one of the bedrooms where he crawls into one of the beds and falls asleep. The next morning, when the creator got up, he finds Daniel laying in one of his beds and he starts yelling at him to get out of his house. And Daniel's totally unfazed and he just wants to sleep in this bed. And so the guy calls the police show up and Daniel's still in bed. And so they haul him out and they arrest him. A year later, Daniel would be arrested again for trespassing, this time in Orlando, Florida at SeaWorld, where Daniel had, after hours, snuck into the manatee exhibit and was swimming around with the manatees because apparently he wanted to play with them. But despite his criminal history, Daniel was far from a hardened criminal. In fact, many people that knew him described him as a very gentle, pot-smoking hippie who just adored animals. In 1999, when Daniel was 27, he joined a small religious community of people that practiced Hare Krishna, which is a branch of Hinduism. They get their name from their chant, Hare Krishna, that devotees repeat over and over and over again. During his stay with this community, Daniel basically blew off all of his responsibilities. He didn't really practice the religion, he didn't help out around the temple. Instead, he spent virtually all of his time feeding the wild birds that came to roost inside inside of the temple's garden. And he kept this notebook where he diligently tracked who had come into the garden, which bird, and how much he had fed them, and what they looked like. Basically, all he cared about were these birds. After a month of living in the Hare Krishna community, Daniel abruptly tells the other worshippers that he's going to be taking a vow of silence. And this really confused the others because Hare Krishna does not encourage its members to take vows of silence. This was something Daniel was just going to do on his own. And so right before he took his vow of silence, he also informed them that he would be leaving. So he takes his vow of silence, he packs his stuff up, and he leaves. After departing, Daniel committed a series of petty offenses through South Carolina, Washington, Texas, and then ultimately in Florida. One of his offenses in Florida was stealing a candy bar at a 7-Eleven. And in court, because of his vow of silence that he was still living up to, he had to write on a piece of paper that he denied the charge. But ultimately, he was sent to jail for 3 days. After his stint in this Florida jail, Daniel gets out and he decides he wants to go back to Orlando, Florida, and go to the SeaWorld where he had previously jumped into the manatee exhibit. And so he was going to go and presumably check out the manatees as well as some other animals. When he got to the park, he made his way over to the killer whale demonstration where some trainers were going to be swimming around in this enclosure with these massive killer whales. And witnesses said they remember seeing Daniel in the stands watching the show being just totally transfixed and open-mouthed and fascinated with what he was looking at. But apparently Daniel's biggest reaction to any part in the show was when the trainers brought out Tilikum, the biggest killer whale ever held in captivity, measuring over 22 feet long and weighing over 12,000 pounds. Daniel was just totally taken with Tilikum. So that night, after the park shut down and everyone went home, Daniel came back, now wearing a bathing suit. He hops the fence and he sneaks back into SeaWorld the same way he did a couple years earlier when he snuck into the manatee exhibit. And somehow he managed to go through the park without being picked up on a camera. And he makes his way over to the killer whale enclosure. He hops the fence, he takes off his shirt, takes off his shoes. So he's just got his bathing suit on and he jumps into the massive pool with Tilikum. When Daniel jumped into the manatee exhibit, he had said he just wanted to play with the manatees. And so it's assumed that when he jumped in with Tilikum, he just wanted to play with Tilikum. And apparently Tilikum was really eager to play with Daniel because Tilikum quickly played with Daniel by biting his shorts and bringing him to the bottom of the pool and dragging him along the bottom until Daniel drowned. And then after he drowned, Tilikum basically thrashed him around, throwing him up and down, ripping off pieces of him, until finally he draped Daniel's body over his back, and that's where Tilikum kept him. The next day, when the staff showed up and made this discovery, they couldn't get Daniel's body away from Tilikum because Tilikum wanted to keep his toy. And so they had to use a special medical hoist to lift Tilikum up into the air to recover Daniel's body. Daniel's death was ruled an accident as a result of his poor decision making, and so as such, Tilikum was not punished. In 1910, miners drilling inside of the Nika Cave in Chihuahua, Mexico, punctured through the ground and discovered this flooded cavern. After pumping the water out and stepping inside of this cavern, they were amazed to see these massive gypsum crystals that had formed on the walls and the ceiling all over this cave. Although the crystals were beautiful, they were far less valuable than what these miners were after, which was silver. So instead of trying to, mine out these crystals, they told the locals in the area that they had found this cave and that they really ought to come down here and protect it because it's this amazing natural wonder. And so for the next 100 years, the locals in Chihuahua, Mexico, basically kept this cave that they nicknamed the Cave of Swords under lock and key so that no one would go in there and destroy these amazing crystals. Fast forward to the year 2000 and two men are inside of this mine, not the Nika mine where the Cave of Swords is located, but a mine that was right up against it. And they're drilling down and they're actually at the same level of where the Cave of Swords is located. And they don't know it yet, but they're drilling underneath the Cave of Swords. And they eventually puncture into the rock, revealing this underground flooded cavern. Now, these two men are not tracking that this is right underneath the Cave of Swords. So they're not thinking there could be crystals inside of this flooded cavern. They're thinking there could be silver down there. So after pumping all the water out of this cavern, they crawl down inside and it opens up into this massive cavern with these enormous crystals coming out of the ceiling, the walls, everywhere. And they are like 10 times, 15 times bigger than any of the biggest crystals inside of the Cave of Swords. These are literally the biggest crystals in the world, and this cavern looks like Superman's Fortress of Solitude. It's this unbelievable landscape. This new cave would be dubbed the Giant Crystal Cave, and like its counterpart, the Cave of Swords, it would be handed over to locals to protect. Now, you'd think people would be lining up like crazy to get inside either of these two caves to see these natural wonders. But the truth is, nobody wants to go inside of these caves because they're death traps. Even though both of these caves have had the water drained out of them, their humidity level is still 100%, which means if you're in there too long in either of these two caves, you run the risk of your lungs starting to fill with water, effectively drowning you. In fact, scientists speculate that it would take about 10 minutes for this to happen to you if you were inside one of these caves, assuming you were not wearing a special breathing device that was pumping dry air back into you. But even if you were wearing these special air tanks, the cave would still kill you in about an hour because the temperature exceeds 130 degrees Fahrenheit. And so if you combine the extreme heat with the humidity and the tight enclosed nature of an underground cave, you have a natural oven that if you stay in there too long, it will cook you alive. So the only people that go inside of these caves are researchers that wear all the special equipment, and they only go inside for a couple of minutes at most. But in 2001, so 1 year after the discovery of the Big Crystal Cave, one of the workers who helped drain out the Big Crystal Cave decided, you know what, I want a crystal for myself. And so using his understanding of the mine and his access to this particular section of the mine, he made his way down and got inside of the Big Crystal Cave. Now, the only special equipment he had was a saw, because he figured he could get in there and saw off a piece of one of these crystals and get out of there in just a couple of minutes, certainly well before anything bad would happen to him. So he gets inside, he identifies the crystal he wants, and he starts sawing off the bottom of this crystal. But it dislodges a huge chunk of the crystal that falls on him. Now, when it fell on him, that didn't kill him, but it pinned him inside of this cave. At this point, reality must have sunk in very quickly for this guy. He didn't tell anyone where he was going because what he was doing was illegal, and he knows that nobody checks inside of these caves to see if people are trapped or stuck, because they don't expect people to go into these caves, and they're off limits. A couple of days later, researchers went down into Big Crystal Cave, and they discovered this guy still pinned underneath the big crystal he had cut from the ceiling. It was unclear whether he had died from drowning or from being cooked alive, but either way, he was deceased. To this day, Big Crystal Cave and the Cave of Swords are strictly off limits to the public. On June 30th, 2002, an 18-year-old named Daniel Dick was on vacation with his mother and his two younger brothers in Hawaii. Daniel had just graduated from his high school in Los Angeles, where he was the student body president. He was known to invite all of his classmates over to his house all the time for dinners, and girls would call him all the time to try to get advice about their boyfriends. And Daniel also would befriend troubled teens in an attempt to kind of pick them up and get them back on the straight and narrow. When he and his family left for this vacation, he had been working part-time at a grocery store and was getting ready to attend California State University in the fall. That morning, Daniel went down to the beach where he planned on doing some swimming and maybe laying out in the sun for a little bit, and pretty quickly he met 3 girls. And after about 30 minutes of chatting with them, he asked them if they wanted to climb over the fence and check out the blowhole. A blowhole is a fairly narrow hole that is situated on rocks right near where water is crashing. And this hole is usually formed by molten lava that has passed through underneath. And what happens is this hole is connected to a tunnel that feeds down and out into the water. So when the waves come in, they go through this tunnel and they get rocketed up this little opening, causing a massive geyser of water. Now, if you don't go near the blowhole, it's not dangerous at all. It's just a very cool natural phenomenon. The beach that Daniel and these girls were on was situated right near an infamously dangerous blowhole called the Halona Blowhole. The reason it was so dangerous is because the water it connected to through that tunnel was some of the most violent in all.
We're watching a video.
My bad. I'll shut up.
all of Hawaii. So when those waves came barreling through the tunnel, it would shoot 30 plus feet in the air. And so to make sure everybody understood you're only allowed to watch the blowhole from a distance, they actually put up a fence all the way around it and put up signs saying, do not go any closer. To give you a sense of how powerful the water was that was churning through this tunnel, if you were standing on the other side of the fence watching the blowhole from a safe distance, you could feel the ground shaking as the waves would rumble through the tunnel and then explode out of the blowhole. According to Daniel's family and friends, he was not a reckless person, he was just a very adventurous person. And so something like this blowhole really piqued his interest, and he just couldn't handle being on the outside of the fence. He really wanted to get right up there and get a look at it. In fact, he told these girls he wanted to feel the power of the water hit him in the chest. That was his plan. The girls told him this was a bad idea, but he was insistent and he began walking over to the rocks where you could climb up and jump this fence. The girls went with him, but they stopped short of the fence. As Daniel made his way over to the rocks, he passed by a couple that was laying on the beach. He waved to them, he climbed up the rocks, he climbed over the fence, and he made his way over to the blowhole. And he timed it to where a wave had just come in and shot a geyser up, and then as soon as the water went down and there was a break, he walked over the edge of this hole that was not very far across, and he kind of arched himself over it so his chest was hovering right over where the water was going to come up. And initially a wave came through and the water shot up and it hit him in the chest and it kind of staggered him back for a minute. And at this point, the three girls and the couple that he had passed are now yelling for him to get away from the blowhole, that it's way too dangerous. But it was too late. He leaned back over the blowhole right as a massive wave came barreling through the tunnel. It rocketed up and it lifted him off the ground about 5 feet in the air, and it turned him upside down so his head is pointed down. And when he fell, he went directly into the blowhole. The couple and the three girls that saw this happen described his body position as being the perfect dive. And in order to actually get into the blowhole, you would need the perfect body position because the opening is very narrow and it goes down 8 feet of just this narrow tube. And at the bottom of that, it opens up like the inside of a teapot. And inside of there is this just vicious churning water that connects to this underground tunnel that feeds out to the sea. And so when Daniel went headfirst down, his momentum, along with his perfect body position, forced himself down through that hole into that section that's kind of like the inside of a teapot. And once you're inside, there's no way to go back up again. The opening is too tight, and there's nothing to hold on to. You wouldn't have the ability to force yourself up through that hole again. So the only way out is through the underground tunnel that leads out to the sea. But there are constantly waves pounding their way up this tunnel into the section where Daniel had fallen into. And so realistically, anybody that tries to swim through this fairly long underground tunnel is only going to get so far before a wave forces them back or traps them in some way in this underground tunnel. As soon as Daniel went into the blowhole, the couple and the three girls immediately climbed up the rocks, hopped over the fence, and began looking into the tunnel, yelling for Daniel. And as they're sitting there yelling for him and yelling for people on the beach to call 911, they would feel the ground start to shake as another wave would come through the tunnel and erupt through the blowhole. And they know every time that happened, Daniel, if he was alive, he was completely submerged in water for 30 seconds or so every iteration that this blowhole erupted. By the time the police showed up, Daniel has been trapped inside of this blowhole for some time, and no one's heard him, no one's seen him, and so it's starting to look pretty grim. And the police would say it's nearly impossible for anybody to survive being inside of this blowhole, especially at high tide, which is when he went in. In fact, the police would say, we can't even send divers in there until low tide, because if we send someone in now, they're going to get killed inside of this blowhole. It's too violent inside of there. And so the best they could do was put a weighted line into the blowhole anchored on the outside so that if by some miracle Daniel was still alive, he'd be able to grab this line and pull himself up. He probably would not be able to pull himself through the hole to safety, but at least he could keep himself out of the water until rescuers could get there the next day at low tide. But when low tide came the next day and divers went out to the water, they discovered Daniel's body. It was floating near the area where water actually gets sucked into the tunnel and out through the blowhole. During low tide, he must have been pulled back out through the tunnel out to sea. It's unclear how long Daniel was alive once he landed inside of the blowhole, or whether he ever attempted to actually swim through that tunnel out to sea. but at some point he did drown. Daniel's mother petitioned to have a metal grate put over the blowhole so that nobody else would fall in and meet the same fate as her son, but this proposal was met with criticism from the locals, who said the problem was not the blowhole, the problem was people not respecting the power of nature. And so while a fence still surrounds Halona Blowhole telling people to stay back, the entrance to the blowhole is still uncovered. So that's going to do it, guys. If you found the secret in today's episode, let us know in the comments what it is and where you found it. So give us the timestamp.
Okay, that was actually pretty sad. Yeah, it is interesting. So the last one was, but I'm still eating, so there's that. Saying I'm sorry, but I was really immersed in story. Apologize for being. I'm just gonna do that for a little bit because I don't want to get logged out of Diablo 4. Kind of a mess. Stain joined at the worst time, yeah. I know. It's okay. It happens. It happens to the best of us. It really does. But I kind of want to say this one. Just because.
The case we're going to look at today is so messed up that British courts have banned all media outlets from ever revealing the true names of the people involved. As such, the names you're going to hear today have all been made up. But before we get into today's story, if you're a fan of the strange, dark, and mysterious delivered in story format, then you've come to the right channel, because that's all we do, and we upload 3, 4, even 5 times every week. So if that's of interest to you, please offer to water the Like Button's plants while they're away on vacation, but instead of watering them, just crank their heat up to max and never come back. Also, please subscribe to our channel and turn on all notifications so you don't miss any of our weekly uploads. All right, let's get into today's story. On June 29, 2003, a 14-year-old boy named John and his best friend, a 16-year-old named Mark, were walking in this back alleyway behind a row of shops in Manchester, England. Mark had asked John to go back there, to which John was a little bit confused because it was just a dead end back there. But he went back there anyways because he figured, you know, Mark must have a reason. And so they're walking along this alleyway when Mark suddenly comes to a stop. And he turns to face John, and John's looking at him inquisitively, and Mark just reaches out and grabs him by the shoulder before pulling out a huge knife and drives it into his stomach and says, "I'm sorry, bro," pulls it out again, drives it into his chest before releasing it and letting John fall to the ground. As soon as John hits the ground, he looks up at Mark and he says, "You're killing me." And Mark says, "I had to do it. If you knew all the details, you would understand." And so after only a couple of minutes, John goes quiet and he's laying still on the ground, and Mark would stand there just waiting for about 20 minutes to ensure that John really was dead before calling authorities and claiming some madman had snuck up behind them and attacked his best friend, and you gotta send an ambulance as fast as you can. When the ambulance arrived, to Mark's horror, they were able to keep John alive, and they were able to get him to a hospital where he nearly died twice on the operating table, but he ultimately would make a full recovery. And when John was well enough to speak, he would tell police that Mark is the guy who attacked him, but he had no idea why. When Mark was confronted with these allegations that he was the one who attacked John, he quickly confessed. And the police thought, you know, this is a strange case, but pretty open and shut, and they arrested Mark for attempted murder. When investigators began digging into the motive behind this attack, they, along with Mark, were not prepared for the totally bizarre story that unraveled. The judge in this case would say well-schooled fiction writers could not come up with the plot of this real-life story. And so this crazy story starts 4 months before the stabbing in February of 2003. In February of 2003, Mark was a 16-year-old student who was also a part-time dishwasher at a restaurant near his home in Manchester, England. Mark had okay grades, but even by his own account, he was nowhere near an academic. In fact, he was quite dim-witted. He was very close with his family, who all lived in a very modest home in a very modest neighborhood. By all accounts, Mark was living a very ordinary life. That year, Mark discovered an online chat room for teens in Manchester, England, and it was designed to, make friends and talk about fashion and sports. And initially, when he logged into this chat room, he was just watching. He wasn't really participating. But over time, he became a very active user, and in fact, became totally obsessed with this chat room and basically put everything else in his life on the back burner to the point where his grades were tanking and he was staying up all night. I mean, this really took over his life. Also in February of 2013, John was a 14-year-old student who lived in Manchester, England, but not near Mark, and at this point he had not met Mark yet. He was incredibly intelligent and polite and charming, and he was an excellent student, and he went to a very, very prestigious school. But while John's academic life was going really well, his home life was kind of in shambles. His mother had a series of really crappy boyfriends that always left, and they always left her feeling very depressed, and it was just a very sad environment around his mother. And John, unfortunately, had grown up believing one of his mother's ex-boyfriends was his biological father. And even though this boyfriend had abandoned the family, John at least knew who his dad was. But it would turn out his biological father had actually abandoned him when he was a brand new baby, and he had no way of figuring out who his dad even was. John really wanted to escape his home life. He wanted to just live somewhere else, have an adventurous, happy life away from all the sadness and depression he was around all the time. And so it was in that frame of mind that he discovered this chat room, the same one that Mark had discovered. Although they don't know each other yet, they're both entering the same chat room. John's initial interest in this chat room was not nearly as high as Mark's was. Mark pretty much immediately became obsessed with being in this chat room. John was a little bit more reserved, but his mom purchased a laptop for him, which suddenly gave him 24/7 access to this chat room, and he found himself going on there all the time, to the point where he was staying up all night and even skipping meals just so he wouldn't have to leave his screen even for a few minutes. The main focus of this chat room was supposed to be sports and movies and entertainment, but the real reason teenagers were flocking into this particular chat room was to flirt with each other. And Mark and John were no different. They both really enjoyed, these flirtatious interactions they were having with different girls on this chat room. But John's interactions with the girls was very friendly and wasn't going to go anywhere. It was not really intended to. Whereas Mark fell head over heels in love with the girl he was flirting with, and her name was Rachel. Rachel was a 16-year-old living in Manchester, England, who worked at a gym, and when Mark saw her pictures, he was just totally smitten with her, and he sent her a direct message, not really expecting her to write back, but she did, and she seemed at least somewhat interested in him. And that night, they stayed up all night chatting with each other, and Mark is just over the moon. For the next couple of days, Mark and Rachel were talking nonstop on this chat room, and then at some point, Rachel says, "Hey, I really want to introduce you to this guy I met on this chat. He reminds me a lot of you. I think you guys would get along great. His name is John." And Mark was like, okay, cool. So Rachel introduced him to John, and they hit it off right away. And the three of them formed their own separate chat thread outside of the main chat room. And very quickly, through this separate chat thread that they were on pretty much 24/7, Mark and John would become best friends, and Mark and Rachel would fall deeper and deeper in love with each other. Every time John and Mark were in this chat room, they would use a web camera, but Rachel didn't have one. And initially that really frustrated Mark because he wanted to see his girlfriend in real time, but she said she didn't have the money to get one, and then she said she was shy, and so Mark's getting frustrated, but she says, "Mark, come visit me. You don't live that far away. You can see me in real life in real time." And so initially Mark's excited, and he's talking to John about how excited he is to go see his girlfriend, but then he gets cold feet and he makes an excuse and he doesn't go. Rachel's disappointed, but she asks him again a couple more times if he'll come visit her, and every time he would agree, and then he would kind of chicken out. But after the last time he canceled on her, he finally got the courage up and he invited her to come visit him. And this is when she started getting cold feet. And they kind of went back and forth until they basically stopped asking to visit each other. And they just decided that their relationship was going to live online, even if there wasn't a web camera involved. About 3 months after Rachel, Mark, and John had started their own separate chat thread, a new user popped up inside the main chat room. It was a fairly controlled group, so it was pretty easy to tell when there were new people added, and this individual only wrote in pink text. So he stood out, his name was Kevin, and he told the group that he was a stalker and that he had a foot fetish. And the group thought this guy was pretty weird, but they figured it was just, some kid trying to get attention. They didn't think much of him. But shortly after Kevin's arrival, Mark would get a private message from Kevin that said, "I know you're Rachel's boyfriend, and I'm her stalker, and I'm gonna hurt her." Mark didn't know what to do, so he just went to Rachel and he said, "Hey, I got this strange email from this guy named Kevin who says he's gonna hurt you and he's your stalker." And Rachel kind of made light of it and said, "Oh, just ignore that guy. I don't know what that's about." And John didn't know what to make about it either, so Mark just kind of ignored it. And then the next day, when Mark logged into the chat room, Rachel wasn't there. Now, Rachel always logged in at the same time that Mark did and that John did. It was very rare that she wouldn't be there. And so Mark asked John, "Have you talked to Rachel today?" And John said no. And then Mark went into the main chat room and he asked some people in there if they had seen Rachel or talked to her, and they said no. And that's when Mark went into his email and he had another message from Kevin. This message again was about Rachel, but this time Kevin is saying he actually has Rachel hostage. And the only way he's going to release her is if Mark lets Kevin look at his feet, because again, he has that foot fetish. And so Mark, interestingly, does not go to the police. He doesn't tell anyone about this. He just says, "Okay, I'll do that." And so he lets him see his feet. And then Kevin writes back saying, "Okay, I've released Rachel." Later that day, Rachel came back online and she thanked Mark for what he did, but she felt really bad that he had to be kind of humiliated in that way. And she said, "You know what? We really need to meet up. We need to see each other face to face. I want to apologize to you and give you a hug." And so they decide the next day they're going to meet up finally in town together. But the next day when Mark went to the rendezvous point, Rachel didn't show. In fact, after this missed meeting, Rachel never contacted Mark again. She just vanished. When Mark got back to his computer, he asked John, "Have you talked to Rachel?" And he said no. And again, he went into the main chat room and he asked around and no one had heard from Rachel. And then a couple of days later, after just continued silence from Rachel, and Mark's really upset about this, he notices a rumor being passed around in the main chat room about how apparently one of the members of this chat room abducted and killed another member of the chat room. And Mark's thinking to himself, no way, that can't be about Rachel. But almost immediately after this rumor was kind of announced on the main chat, people started chiming in that they think it could be Kevin, the guy who writes in all pink, the guy who claims he's a stalker, and this girl Rachel, because they had both logged out around the same time and had not logged back in again. They were the only ones in this chat room that were that inactive. And then after that, dozens more users were commenting that this was actually true, that Kevin had indeed abducted Rachel and killed her. They'd heard about it in other chat rooms and at school, and all of a sudden, Mark's reality is just coming crashing down, and he feels so guilty that he probably could have done something to stop this, and he didn't. But then, interestingly, even though Mark was devastated, just crushed by what has happened, he just continued to log into the chat room and acted like nothing had happened. And John picked up on this strange behavior and began kind of delicately asking him, are you doing okay? But Mark made it clear he did not want to talk about it. And over time, the rumor about what happened to Rachel and Kevin just kind of left the chat room, and it just seemed like people moved on, including Mark and including John. Over the next month, John and Mark's relationship really strengthened. They continued to speak in that private chat, now missing Rachel, so they were only interacting with each other in there. And they even began meeting up in person and hanging out in real life. About a month after Rachel's disappearance, a new person popped up in the main chat. It was a woman. Her name was Janet, and she wrote in all capitals, and she reached out to Mark. And she said to Mark that she was a mother of two, she was married, she was 44 years old, she was a real estate agent, but secretly, she was a spy for the British Secret Service. And in fact, she was the third most powerful person in all of Britain, and she was contacting Mark because she was sent to recruit him. She told Mark if he agreed to work with her, not only would he become an agent like her, he would become fabulously wealthy, and he could be her boyfriend. Now, of course, to an adult, this sounds preposterous and sounds like an obvious scam. But you gotta remember, Mark at this time was extremely vulnerable. He's just lost his girlfriend under very suspicious circumstances, but no matter how it happened, she's gone, and he's still grieving her loss privately. And he's just not a very bright person, so he's kind of primed to be taken advantage of. And she was promising him all the things he wanted in life: status, money, romance. And so even though he didn't necessarily believe everything Janet was saying, he wanted to believe her, and so he went along with it. He did not tell John about his interactions with Janet, perhaps signaling that he didn't fully believe it and was maybe embarrassed to give away details, but we don't know. As soon as Mark told Janet he was prepared to work with her, she made him swear an oath through the chat and then told him he would need to go to London for initiation, where he'd be meeting the Queen, amongst other dignitaries and officials. At this point, Mark asked a couple of qualifying questions, namely, how would I explain to my mom that I was just going to suddenly leave for a couple of days in the middle of the week and miss school? I have to give her a reason for that. And she would say, your mother will be looped in on this process. In fact, once you go to London for initiation, we'll be in touch with her, giving her progress reports on how you're doing, and you'll have 2 opportunities every day to call her. Feeling satisfied that this was in fact legitimate, he told Janet, okay, when do you want me to go? And she said, well, there's a caveat. You have to pass a series of tests before you're going to be allowed to go to initiation. This is where Janet explained to Mark why he specifically was being recruited. She said his friend, John, was actually not named John. His real name was James Bell, and he was a very, very important person, but she couldn't say why until he passed his first test. And so Mark's very confused by this, and he says, okay, well, what's the first test? And she says, well, you need to demonstrate you can protect your friend, James Bell. And so I want you to escort him from his school to his dentist appointment tomorrow. You're going to be his bodyguard for 1 day, but you can't let him know you're his bodyguard. He can't know that you know his real identity. So if you can do that successfully, when you get back, I will explain to you why he is so important. At this point, Mark is very committed to this, so he says, yep, I'll do it. He reaches out to John that day and he says, hey, can we hang out tomorrow? And John tells him, yeah, but I have a dentist appointment right after school, so maybe after that. And Mark says, oh, don't worry, I'll tag along for your dentist appointment. And John's like, great, I could use the company. So the next day, Mark meets up with John, aka James Bell, and he walks with him from his school to his dentist appointment, and he doesn't notice anything suspicious, so he doesn't need to do any bodyguarding duties. And after the dentist appointment, the 2 of them just go to a mall and they spend the rest of the day together. Once Mark got back to his house and opened his computer, there was a message waiting for him from Janet. And the message said, we had agents following you and you did a great job. You passed your first test. Now I can tell you why James Bell, your friend John, is so very important. And she told him that at the bottom of the Atlantic Ocean is this big safe that only a couple of countries know about, and inside of that safe is 568 billion pounds, and it belongs to the Queen. But only one person has access to that safe, and that person is James Bell. Literally, his body would need to be in front of the safe for its special scanner to scan him, recognize it as James Bell, and then it would open its door. Despite its implausibility, Mark believed this was real. Not so much because he naturally believed the safe at the bottom of the Atlantic Ocean was real, but it was because he totally believed Janet was real. Janet had the ability to know what he was wearing, where he had gone that day, what he was up to. I mean, she seemed to know everything about him, and it's because she told him she has agents monitoring him all the time, disguised as bus drivers and teachers and mailmen, that basically he was under constant surveillance. And she explained to him that that's what happens when you're being recruited. We have agents watch you. So when Janet gave Mark his final test, despite how shocked Mark was at what he had to do, he was willing to do it because he really believed he was doing it for the government. The test was simple. Mark needed to kill John, aka James Bell. And she explained to him that James Bell actually had an inoperable brain tumor and he was going to die any day. And if the wrong country found out about this, they could steal his body after he died and they could use his body to gain access to this safe. And so we need to preemptively end his life, take control of his body, and get that safe open. She told Mark if he completed this test, he would move on to the initiation phase in London where he would meet the Queen and he would get his first paycheck of 80 million pounds and he would officially become Janet's boyfriend. Mark is in so deep at this point, he is fully committed and he says, yes, I'm prepared to do this. And she says, okay, your new name is Agent 47695 and you need to go buy a large knife. She said there was going to be an abort code for this test, which was going to be 6969. And if at any point he hears anybody say that to him on the day he's supposed to carry out this attack, that means it's off and do not do it. So on June 29th, 2003, around 11 a.m., Mark and John, aka Agent 47695, and James Bell met at a bus station in Manchester. Mark took John down the alleyway that Janet had instructed him to go down to commit the stabbing, and she had assured him she would be one of the first people to arrive on scene. She would be dressed as a detective, and she would ensure he did not get arrested. And so once he was in position, Mark turned around, grabbed John by the shoulder, pulled out his knife, said he loved him, and then began stabbing him. When the police arrived, Janet was not there, and Mark, after giving his statement about what happened, was asking the police officers, when's Janet gonna be here? And no one knew what he was talking about. After John survived the attack and said Mark was the one who attacked him, Mark would tell police, you gotta find Janet. She's the one who can explain what's going on here. But Janet never arrived because Janet didn't exist. Neither did Rachel. Neither did Kevin. Neither did James Bell. Neither did 189 other accounts that Mark interacted with on a daily basis inside of that chat room. And all of those fake accounts were determined to be controlled by one person, and that one person was John. When John was confronted with all these confiscated chat logs that clearly showed he was behind all of these accounts, he confessed. John said he never entered this chat room in order to do any of the things he did or, to manipulate Mark. He said when he joined, he just saw a picture of Mark and was kind of in love with him and wanted to get closer to him but didn't know how. So he created Rachel in order to get closer to Mark, but then became jealous of Mark's love of Rachel. So he killed off Rachel using Kevin, and he didn't expect Mark to believe it. He thought he would pick up that this is all made up when he's involving this stalker that's abducting and killing Rachel. But when he saw Mark totally believed it, John realized, wow, Mark's pretty gullible. I wonder what else I can get him to believe. And before long, he created Janet, who had complete control over Mark. And originally, John was using Janet to make Mark spend more time with John. He was going to be the bodyguard of James Bell, which was really John. When John started to feel guilty about what he was doing to Mark, he realized there was no good way out of this without kind of exposing himself and definitely losing his friendship to Mark, something that in a weird way he really, really cherished. And so he decided that the only way to end this was for him to die. And that's when he had Janet flip the script from protect James Bell to kill James Bell. And even on the day where he was going to get attacked, he had given that abort code. So maybe some part of him thought, I don't necessarily want to go through with this. But he never used the abort code. He was literally prepared to die to protect that relationship with Mark. Mark might have had suspicions that something was up with Janet or even Kevin or Rachel, but he never suspected John was behind any of these accounts. He learned about this betrayal when they were in court, and John is confessing once again to being behind all of these people that Mark had been interacting with. Apparently in court, when Mark is hearing this for the first time, he was just standing there, mouth open, just completely dumbfounded that he's hearing this. And then he would say afterwards, I've been such a fool. Mark was convicted of attempted murder, but he only spent 8 months in jail, and then he was given a 2-month probationary period where during that time, he could only go on the internet with supervision, and he wasn't allowed to enter into any chat rooms. John was convicted of inciting his own murder, which no one else has ever been charged with, so this is a first. And he was not given any jail time, but he was given 3 years of probation, where in that time, he was not allowed to use the internet without supervision, and he also was not allowed to enter into any chat rooms. And both boys were told they had a permanent restraining order on the other. So for the rest of their lives, they will never interact. So that's gonna do it, guys. If you found the secret in today's episode—
What the fuck did I just watch? That, okay, you know what? That, I'm just, no, just no, no. Oh my goodness. Okay, so I'm gonna just clean up my plate. Oh, yeah. a permanent restraining order against the other. Pico? Sorry for not saying anything. But I really had to eat. Food was good though. Food was really. Okay, let's see. No. I'm fixing my chair a little bit. Ah, that's better. Okay. Okay. So I'm gonna ask a partner to help me with a little bit of Diablo because I'm actually stuck. I'm not gonna lie, I'm stuck. So that being said, I have to get yay! Alright, so we're gonna, three of us, I'm gonna put away the glass that I have my coal in. Taste is good. I'm not even sure that I have that. Like, oh, there. Okay. Let's see. Hello.
Hello.
Hi.
Oh. Hi.
Come on, Slowpoke.
What, me or Teddy?
You.
Oh yeah, me.
In your face.
Very funny.
I know, right?
Be nice, Teddy.
I'm always nice. Except to Damon.
You're always nice to me.
I mean, being an asshole to Damon is like being a nice guy to you, Lilia. That's just how our friendship work.
That's actually
True.
true. Yes, Teddy. I'm on stream, so deadly is.
Okay.
Well, are you gonna get your skimpy ass out, or
I
you
am
standing here looking
on
pretty
my
for the
fucking way.
for the next millennia?
I am on my
mean,
way.
She always just stands there.
Yeah, I
looking
stand there and
ahead.
look pretty.
Yeah.
Yeah, but by the time you get there,
You'll be a shriveled old
Everything
man.
is dead.
I'll look like Gandalf.
Yeah, a shriveled old man.
Yeah, at least I'll be handsome then.
That's not nice.
How hard is it to click two freaking buttons?
Huh?
You click map, you find me, and you click with your mouse button and teleport to where I am.
Wait, what? I don't see you.
I'm not ready yet.
Huh?
So now I got 2 leeches on me.
Well, say it however you like. It is not gonna change anything.
But thankfully my name is a common name.
I need time to prepare that.
Hello there, darling.
Hello, Miss Barely Useful.
Oh, damn. Okay, we're doing that today? Sheesh. That's savage.
Cursed. This place is.
That's how you like it anyway.
Huh?
That's how you like it anyway.
We can only do one at a time, right? I'm not picking anything up unless it's a legendary. That's it.
I need time to prepare that.
At least this gives Teddy a chance to actually finish setting up this build.
Yay!
Yeah.
I'm not ready yet.
Let's just say when we did tier 4, he died a lot.
No. Only 6, 7 times.
That's not a lot.
Yeah. It's a lot if you die more than 2 times each wave. I only died
Yeah,
one
if
time each
I
wave.
rest you all every time, you'd be more than dead.
I only died one time each. Okay, level 2 100.
I am just standing here doing the flamethrower.
I need 6 uniques for this build.
What?
That I don't have.
6 uniques, isn't that overkill?
That's oh no, 6. What? 3.
I'm not ready yet.
My head isn't working today.
It must be Friday.
4 with the Harlequin.
I see. I only need 2, and I have none.
Which I really would like to sap you for. Because you got it in the most dumbass way ever.
Melted.
Hey, you're smug now. Just don't let me get my hands on you. I might be liable to bring your neck. Oh well, I'll get it eventually.
Wait, what?
Also, did you even eat such blood maiden? Very good choice.
I'm not ready yet.
As long as as long as you put in a heart.
Yeah. Okay, so I need a mace. I don't have a mace. Oh, fuck. Okay, attack speed, crit chance, intellect. Close enough.
Remember, you can use opals to buy a gamble.
Yeah.
Okay, where is this cock juggling thundercat?
I need time to prepare that.
Oh, I stepped in something.
Yeah, you went step on me, step on me.
No.
Okay.
Ah.
Hey, I already know I'm going to hell. I might as well just expedite the process.
Yeah, fair enough.
I need time to prepare.
There you are.
Yay! Oh. Oh, cool. A lot of gold. Yippee! Woo! I see a legendary.
Yeah, I see you being slow.
I'm not as fast as you, okay?
That's okay.
There we are. Now I can take this potato cheese to tier 4.
Yippee!
Nice.
Oh, Bumsy!
The cheese starch gotta go with me to Kyoto shot.
Yes, and all. I'll just take your portal. And follow you.
Nice.
Yay!
You done today?
Yeah, I'm just going over the last items, the mazes.
I'm gonna have to go over the
Yes,
Paragon levels.
Intellect, overpowered, and maximum life.
Love it. Is this
Intellect, maximum life, okay. I
see.
can live with that.
Not while I'm in town.
Yeah.
Came apart nicely.
Hair bitter.
Father bless. What do you need? Let's go salvage.
Hmm. Should probably wait with tempering pieces when I get until I get
Okay, I'm good.
the gear I need.
That's unique farm. What hearts did I need?
Just the baneful hearts for the quest
Oh.
you're in.
Yeah, I don't have
I
that
can't
heart.
invite you.
So we need the Malignant Heart?
No, baneful.
I don't have any Baneful Hearts.
The hell tide one. You'll see when you get
Yeah.
into a hell tide.
I
I
know.
don't see you on the. What the hell?
You're gonna have to request join, by
I have.
the way. Didn't get one.
I did it on Lilia.
Yeah, I need to request with, you need to call me Dudley.
Oh.
You need to request from Damon.
Yeah, I don't see him on. I'm gonna restart the game.
There.
Because Astro wasn't showing up.
That's because I was showing online.
Yeah, he was offline. Yippee!
Damn, I hope this build is fun. Cause I'm getting tired of changing.
Yeah.
I need time to prepare that.
Holy mother. I died.
Is it also used my 5 off? A day or two ago?
I think we used it.
There we go.
Yay!
Nice.
I need to go to town because I died, so I need to repair.
Yeah, you died once and you gotta go repair. That's sad.
My gear is not up to snuff for this world, okay?
I mean, to be fair, me and you ain't doing shit. Why repair at all? Mm-hmm. Are we gonna stand here all the time for 40 minutes in the Helltide?
We can.
If so, I'm gonna use the profane.
Yeah, same. But here we go. Yippee!
Thank you. I needed that. Why am I not getting any essence?
Huh?
What the fuck? What the fuck?
You mean cinders?
No, no essence.
Oh, that. It's like your mana, right?
Yeah.
That's weird. What is this explosion thing? Is that me?
If anything, it was just really annoying.
Yeah, I don't... No, this is the other mage that's here.
Oh yeah, I got 10.
I only have 2 right now, but hey. I can put in 1 at least. No, fuck it. Oh my. Well, at least we're having fun with this.
Yeah.
Okay, this is definitely the other fire mage here. Huh?
Sometimes you just figure that out.
That was just really annoying to see. Fucking thing. Legendary. I have to be all the way over there. Highway to... Ah. Yes.
I know. Let's go to fireball.
Oh my god.
I'm not ready yet.
Okay. I'm gonna have to actually lower the master volume a little bit. Okay. Now let's see. So what do we get on our inventory? Ooh! Nice.
So I imagine this build can be really strong once I get the essence up.
Yeah.
What are the top
Yeah.
Diablo players is using that build? And it absolutely destroys. It's just, you need to get the stuff to make it work.
Yeah. Right now I don't.
No.
Well, to be fair, I haven't done any of the legendary aspects.
Also, have you done any of the seasonal journey?
Season journey.
Yeah.
When you press the E button.
Oh yeah, chapter 3.
Okay, now my mana's taking a hit.
What mana? I'm always on empty.
Damn.
Ooh.
And also watching that fireball builder is
Oh.
really...
God, yeah, I keep thinking it's the enemy. I'm like, please stop. It just hurts your eyes, right?
Yeah.
Dude, get another fucking build, please. Yeah.
Damn it.
Fuck. Oh god. No, Daddy!
Thank you.
I need time to prepare.
No! This dude ran straight into me with the fucking ring that targets you.
Yeah, that's what I died to too.
No. Just being stupid. Okay. Oh, whoa. I'm just trying to, like, get on stuff that is actually going to help me survive a little bit. At least, like, helmets and chest piece, that is not important. Shamans need to die. Shamans in the game. Thank you. Okay. Rude. I just got shot away from the spawn. Right there. How rude. Oh!
But the fact that you expect something else.
I need time to prepare that.
At least the chain lightning is nice to look at.
I'm not ready yet.
Nope, 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 nope.
I'm not ready yet.
I at least try to move away from everybody. Oh dear. Oh
I'm
shit!
just playing the dodge game.
Yes! We're playing the survive at all cost game. Oh fuck, oh fuck, oh fuck, oh fuck, oh fuck. What is going on? Please Jeez, I was unfamiliar with your game. Oh, somebody spawned a hellborn. Okay. Holy fuck, why? There's so many mobs. Just buy me dinner first, man. Or at least get me a drink. God damn. Guy just put, like, hook, line, and hook, chain, and fucking yoinked. I'm like, wait, hang on, we can talk about this. No. Yeah, I'm getting a lot of good gear here. Hey, yippee! Oh, this is at least something to do while you guys are killing this thing. I'm definitely gonna need to go. Oh, I'm level 60. Nice. I just noticed. Whoa, that little bolt is following me around everywhere. Nope. And we're running. It's the survival game. Mistakes were made. God, oh god, oh god, please no! Too close, too freaking close for comfort. I just want to collect these things. God damn it, man. So how many cinders are you guys on? Ready? Wait, did my Discord do stupid?
I'm going to town.
Oh, okay. I thought my Discord went and clocked out on me.
No, it's I just have him muted and talking to you, Juliet.
Ah, okay.
I need time to prepare.
There's so much going on. Holy mother. I am gonna have to set up my freaking paragons. I believe I have a lot of them right now. The points. Yeah, we're on 14.
I need time.
Sure.
I need time.
Holy fuck, what is this sorcery? Okay, okay, okay. Oh god, no. Ugh. What the hell? I'm gonna have to go to town. Oh, what the? Bitch interrupted me. I'll be right back. Honey? Hubby.
What?
Okay, you were just so quiet. I was like, where'd you go?
Wanderer.
I'm just putting everything away just because I don't want to deal.
Sample my wares, if you need.
There, take that. Is she up yet? Oh fuck. Okay, that answers my question.
I'm not ready yet.
Oh my god. I can't and dead. A little help. Again.
Where to?
I don't have a lot of cinders right now.
And a heart, so at least we get the.
I got 2.
I got 2 hearts.
Yeah, but if you put in a heart, you get the bonus for killing it.
Yeah.
Well, I'm just standing here doing this. $61! Let's go. No! Why? Why does this keep happening? Thank you.
It's locked.
I don't got any more hearts. What about you guys? I just get yoinked all over the place. I am so in over my head. Oh, yippee! Woo! Whiff. I would like to not die. I would like to avoid dying again. Just let me get the stupid cliff. Please! God. Sorry. Sorry, Daddy! Ah!
Jeg har 0 hjerter igjen.
I have Sarah Hearts, but my cinders are so low. Oh god.
Oh crap. My bags are full too. I'm going to town. Hmm?
How much is that chest down there?
75.
Alright. No heart, though, sadly. Oh, barely managed to get out of that. Okay, I need to go over my gear. So I can be more alive. Ah.
Ugh, you again.
Where are you guys?
I went to town.
Okay.
Apparently, just I need to go over my gear because I keep dying.
Yes, you are here. Thank you. I pissed off the hell.
Of course it did. Hmm. Let's see, we need to get downstairs intelligence. Intelligence. Wait, one. These are useless. Okay.
Oh shit, you pissed him off too, Damon?
Yep.
Jeez.
I'll worry about stats later. Get the highest one.
The forge is ready for whatever you need.
Storm. Here, right now. One. Okay, that will have to do for the moment. Okay. Teleporting to you guys. So let's see what sort of shenanigans we're gonna come. What the? got one painful heart.
I'm not ready yet.
I can't afford this one. But you guys can. So how's that necromancer build treating you?
Right now, really good, because I ain't doing shit.
Running around going, hey, mobs are doing all my stuff for me.
Well, yeah, I'm just looting stuff. That's
Yeah.
all I do.
Pretty much.
Aim is the damage, and then you got some damage on the small mobs.
Yeah.
I don't have anything.
I am literally just trying to not.
Yeah.
But since I got more gear now, I got more survivability. What the f-
Yeah, that's usually how it works.
just getting the better gears, actually not bad. Oh.
There we go.
Can I open the damn chest, man? Please. Painful hearts are not easy to come by.
I got 3.
I got 1.
But there's only 1.5 minutes left.
Yeah.
I guess I need one down there's one chest. I hope I have enough for this one. 75, yeah.
75, and I need 14 more.
Oh Jesus.
Oh god. Well, I certainly have enough for now. If we could bloody open the thing. Oh, I got painful heart. Nice. At least I got 2 for the next time. So.
I'm out of everything. I'm just gonna go to town.
Yeah, same here. Alrighty. No.
Well,
Okay, so Mm,
Actually, better. One. Yes. Okay. Let's see. Intelligence, maximum movement speed. And see.
so. Kriegt den Intellekt.
Right. Really doesn't matter which one. Stats I need. Storm. Flame. One. Okay, do we have the... How about... Ah, I don't have the gold for it. God damn it. Hang on. Actually, I have some uniques I can sell. That's always...
A fine addition to my inventory.
another happy customer.
Okay, so where are we going now, boys? Oh, yeah,
Jesus Christ.
Huh?
Okay. I've only gone through half of what I got.
Oh, I went through my.
Well, yeah, but I'm checking what the stats and all that I need.
Oh, I'm also doing that.
And I had like full boss.
Okay, so I'm good.
Yeah, I got 2 full stashes. Yeah, I'm just gonna die.
Oh, you'll be fine. I haven't even done my Paragon, so I'm like, maybe I should have done that. Oh wait, nope, nope. Oh, thank you.
I'm not ready yet.
No, I died. Oh, then Hubby is on his own. Our poor Melindra.
Thank you.
Thank you, honey. Hi, Teddy. Oh my goodness. There's so much stuff happening. Whew. Okay.
Damn it.
Yeah, I know, right? I just got hit by 3 things at once and I was like, yep, insta-killed. Oh, the good. This is what happens when I ask for help. I get insta-murked. I really need to stop. I really need to stop. I need to stop dying. Oh, for the love of Christ. Okay, we can't die anymore.
I mean, we can, we just can't survive.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, staying away from mobs.
Yeah, good luck with that.
I know. I know, it's the irony of this game. Oh, I'm gonna stay away from mobs. Nope. Come on. Good. And we're going the other way. Holy fuck! No! I refuse! I refuse! No! Why?
I'm actually starting to do some damage.
Yeah, you are. I can't even temper my gear yet. I need fucking better shit. Oh my god, no, please. I can't believe gonna be worse. knows a lot of gold. Alright, I'm back to town. I seriously need to fix my Paragon things because I probably have like 20 something Paragon points. Oh. Hey, let's look at that bear. Paint all these. Sheesh. Okay. Oh boy. Oh. Ooh, actually, yeah. Take away sadly that shadow resistance. Armor. Yes. Thank you. Alright. Okay, let's. Intelligence. And it doesn't matter at this point. We'll have to get these one.
That's a good omen.
Intelligence max. No. Perfect. First try. Okay. Inner. That one. Wonderful. Alright. How's that? Eh. Most that I need.
What will it be? Came apart nicely. Huh.
Okay, so where do you guys want to go next?
I am going to take a break.
You're gonna take a break?
Yep.
Alrighty.
I'm going for hours on end.
Oh, fair enough. I think I'm gonna switch games for a little bit.
Maybe see if I actually work a little.
Yeah, there's sunshine outside. Might be an idea. Holy. I got a lot of stuff on the battle pass.
Disc. So I'll see you guys later.
Alright. Around. Gonna head on out. Victory! Okay. Cool. Since that's over, I'm gonna switch back to my clock. Use the time. But Diablo 4 was fun. Let's see. So we have other games that we can. If I'm being honest. I mean, I could do Final Fantasy 14. But I'm just not feeling up for it. I'm stumped. Although, it has been a very, very quiet. I tried my best, but ultimately it's not coming to fruition. Also, I was supposed to do something on Final Fantasy, but somebody overslept. What else? Honestly, it's been a pretty dull day. Pretty dull day. Not a lot of fun. Not a lot of fun things happen. Oh. I just want to like play some games, have some fun. How does that even remotely stabilize? Even if it were made out of plastic. Hey, Allie. Been pretty quiet, so kind of long. How are you doing, Allie? Thank you so much for the entrance pass, Allie. How are you doing? The weather's cool. The weather cools down a little more, then sleep might actually feel like sleep again. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Well, if it makes you feel any better, it's been really warm here. Also, we've been having, like, tropical rain. So I'm like, oh, joy. So the weather here can't make up its mind if it's gonna be warm or cold. So I'm like, I'm constantly sneezing. But how are you today, Ellie? If warm for you is under 30 degrees, I might try to move there. It's mainly under 30 degrees a lot of the time, so... Anything above 20 is hot for me. I'm tempted to find a way to live in an industrial freezer. Damn, are you Mr. Freeze or something? Ellie, are you telling? What are you not telling me? Are you related to Mr. Freeze? Pretty sure it came from an ice planet. Okay, so you crash landed here. Is that it? Did your planet overheat? I must know these things. Pretty sure. Ask my ancestors. I'm a descendant of aliens. Well, I can't really ask your ancestors. That would require to go into very, very dangerous territory that I am not willing to go to. Well, going into the occult is not exactly something I recommend for just anyone. It's actually quite a scary place to go to if you don't know what you're doing. this song. Hey Vampire Gremlin, how you doing? We're just chilling with some Power War Simulator currently. I have been doing a lot in Diablo. I played Maid of Sker earlier today. Not very long, but then again, that's pretty much all I could do. You're tired? Oh, I'm sorry. We get better rest tonight then. I've been a very lonely being this. I had some company earlier, but I just slept some after the night. Still with the time, I had only 5 to 6 hours. That's practically what I function on all the time, so. Welcome to my world! Yeah. I sadly need more to function, plus I wasn't good sleep. Oh, I'm sorry. It was one of those worst ones. Yeah, get that. I got the beach ball out of the pool!
Posters on the wall, praying we're the ones that the teacher wouldn't call. We would stare at each other, cause we were always in trouble. And all the cool kids did their own thing. I was on the outside, always looking in. Yeah, I was there, but I wasn't.
I never really cared.
Forgiving eyes looking back at me from the other side, like you understood me, and I'm never letting you go. We all need that someone who gets you like no one else, right when you need it the most. We all need a soul to rely on, a shoulder to cry on, a friend through the highs and the lows. I'm not gonna make it
Sorry, I got really into the song right now. Alright. Oh, I made myself an energy shake, 2 bananas, blueberries, vanilla ice cream. Nice! Good job. I'm proud of you. At least you made something, right? Exactly. Don't sell yourself short. You did do a wonderful job. I just wanted to chill with some music and some chill game for right now. Because, well, I feel like chilling a little bit. Where to begin? I thick skin. No within. Take that more. Take a chance. I baby, I'm professional. I got nothing left to lose. So good to be bred to be bred to be bred to be bred to bred to be bad. You love in my life. You like to love. You like to love. I can be like. There it is. Let me put your stress away. No, not today. See you later. Don't you know I'm here to be. I was forgetting something. No, get back here. Yeah. Hmm? Yippee! We did it! Ah, finally it's done. Oh my god, that took ages. That was huge. Okay. Damn. No, we're not restarting that job. Oh my goodness. I already finished all these, right? Yeah, I did. I actually like this because of the beat and the tempo. Wait for it. I'm just gonna up the volume a little bit on Spotify. So I understand what I'm talking about. It's so much fun though. That tail is going crazy. Yeah, I know. Like literally me just kind of bopping my head around, just like my tail goes crazy. I have a lot of fun with that. I really do. I really like this song. It's a lot of fun. So I was just thinking we should probably just watch some videos because I'm not wanting to play any games. I'm just gonna want to watch videos. I want to talk about what we're watching. I should probably like ask you guys for like content to literally watch and be like, what is going on? Just literally not trying to laugh or anything, and I'm just gonna be like, please, please. Now, I really like watching videos with you guys. It's just a lot of fun, especially when it comes to three places you shouldn't you shouldn't go, but people went anyway. I mean, it's crazy, sad. Some of them are really sad. Some of them are absolutely insane, and some of them are just like, why did you do that? Yeah, that was not a nice watch. This one. The teenagers are just insane. Also, the guy literally planning his own murder? Damn. That's insane. And had his friend do it, of all people. Like, tricked him into it. Damn. Okay, top 3 places you can't go and people who went anyways. Alright. Let's jump in and see where this goes. Yeah. So apparently this chat room kills people, so this one, yeah, we already watched this. We already watched that one. I don't want to watch that. That was insane. Wait, where? Whoa, top 3 scariest audio recordings. We'll do that for Halloween. Definitely gonna find the Halloween ones and be like, listen to it, please. The pinching, man. We're not watching that. We're watching this. This chat room kills people. Solved mysteries episode 2. That is actually this was just the solved mysteries. This is episode 2. This happened in 2003. I did not know this happened because I was like, you know, not interested in news. I was a kid. My parents were like, you're not watching this news report. I'm like, why? it's morbid and everything else, and I'm like, I'm fascinated. Like, you really had to start with morbid? My mom said to my stepdad, is like, yeah. I thought it was scary. You don't know her, do you? Like, hi, horror fanatic. Like, I watched one horror movie when I was younger. It wasn't like a horror, but it was around that time. I can't remember which film it was, but I watched a horror movie and I fell in love with horror. So yes. Anyway, let's jump into this.
A more accurate title for this video could be The Worst Ways to Die. But before we get into today's stories, if you're a fan of the strange, dark, and mysterious...
Did he just say... Wait, hang on a minute.
A more accurate title for this video could be The Worst Ways to Die. But before...
Oh my god. The worst ways to die. Holy shit. He's not wrong, though. He's not wrong. He is so not wrong. He is so not wrong, though. Holy mother. Oh, God. Another form of dumb ways to die. Oh my god, I might actually just tell him this. It's like, hey, I'm gonna comment on this and be like, another form of dumb ways to die. quote unquote. Quote from Vampire Gremlin. Holy shit. Okay. I am horrible. I admit this. I'm a horrible creature. I have never claimed otherwise. You know him personally or just in comments? No, just in comments. I don't know him personally. If I knew him personally, I would die happy. Like, right there. I would cease to function. If I got to meet this man, I could literally drop dead happy right there at that second. Okay. Just in the comments. No, I don't know him personally. I'm in his Discord channel. But yeah, can't send him a direct message. That is against the rules. I think. Look, I need to read the rules again. Okay. Remind me I need to read the rules. Let's continue. 15 minutes, okay. What?
Before we get into today's stories, if you're a fan of the strange, dark, and mysterious delivered in story format, then you've come to the right channel because that's all we do, and we upload 3, 4, even 5 times every week. So if that's of interest to you, please go over to the like button's house and ask to play hide and go seek. When they are hiding, switch their regular coffee for decaf coffee, and then don't seek them, just leave. Also, please subscribe to our channel and turn on all notifications so you don't miss any of our weekly uploads.
The hate or the like button is insane.
Alright, let's get into today's stories. Nicknamed the Great Grey Green Greasy, the Limpopo River is one of Africa's largest rivers. It serves as a border between Zimbabwe and South Africa, and it also happens to be one of the most dangerous places on Earth. A town in South Africa called Phalaborwa sits on Limpopo's shores, and all of its residents know they're never supposed to step foot inside of the dangerous waterway. But not all of their residents take that guidance seriously. On January 1st, 2010, Phalaborwa resident Mariska Buitendog, along with her boyfriend and 6 of their other friends, had been out all night partying, celebrating the new year. They had had a considerable amount of alcohol over the course of the night, so as the sun was coming up, in their inebriated state, they decided they wanted to take an early morning dip in the Limpopo River. So they head over to the river, and while initially they all seemed really eager to get in the waterway, it was only Mariska that was brave enough to do it. So the rest stayed on shore, and Mariska jumped in the river and jumped right out again. and she survived, and everyone was very impressed with her. And so she's confident, and so she does it again, this time going a little bit farther out into the river before coming back on shore. Now she's really confident, she's done it twice, and so she said, hey, who wants to come with me for a third time in? And the group said, no, we're still good, and you really should.
There, no more ads. Hey! No more ads for you, okay? No complaining.
You shouldn't push your luck. This is not safe. And she said, I don't care, I'm going in for a third time. So Mariska gets in the water, and by herself, she swims out on her back about 15 meters.
Thank you for the 500 biddies, my Marcolin. Holy shit, thank you so much. I appreciate it. Attack. Oh my god. Oh, so you have Frosted. You have the badge named Frosty. This time. Neat. Okay, let's continue.
Away from shore, she turns and waves at the group and smiles before she is violently pulled under the water. There wasn't even time for her to scream. Her boyfriend immediately jumped into the water to try to pull her out, but he knew where she was, and there was no way he was getting her back. The other nickname for the Limpopo River is Crocodile River, and Mariska, unfortunately, had fell victim to one of its apex predators. But it's not just drunk partygoers that fall victim to these crocodiles. Unfortunately for the residents of Zimbabwe, because of the extreme hardships they have to face, many of them have been forced to flee the country and cross over the Limpopo River to try to gain entry into South Africa. And many of them will die trying. On April 11th, 2014, Zimbabwean and South African police.
So there's like a badge thing, with a subscription badge thing. So I have the mirror one, Mida, and there's the black one is Raven. That's the first month. The 3 months is Frosty, and the 4 months, or like more than that, is Moon, and then there's Mida. So these are all cats that have a great impact in my life and have always had a very special place in my life. Frost and Raven are still with us, but Moon and Mida are gone, sadly. Yes. All right. Let's go ahead and continue with the.
Discovered this crocodile-infested cave right near where Zimbabwean residents will try to cross over the Limpopo River, and inside of this cave were the remains of 15 people that presumably tried to cross over and were caught by crocodiles. The discovery of this cave and the 15 people who lost their lives inside of it, while tragic and certainly gruesome, it only represents a fraction of the total number of people who have died trying to cross this river. Yellowstone National Park in Wyoming is one of the most remarkable and beautiful places on Earth. Not only is it renowned for its biodiversity, which includes some incredibly resilient microbial organisms, it's also home to one of the world's so-called supervolcanoes. This supervolcano sits atop one of the world's largest magma bodies fueled by an upwelling plume of superheated material. This dynamic and violent subterranean plumbing means the water bodies at the surface, the famous Yellowstone hot springs, are highly acidic and incredibly hot. If you were to ignore the countless warnings around these hot springs telling you to stay away, do not go in the hot springs, if you were to ignore those and go in one, or more accurately, fall in one, this is what would happen to you. First, your body would register that your skin was bathing in waters exceeding 200 degrees Fahrenheit. This would hurt like nothing you can possibly imagine. but it would only hurt as long as your nervous system was able to register pain, which would only be for about 1 minute or less. At this temperature, your skin would begin to quickly break down and disintegrate, and your blood vessels in your underlying dermis would rupture, causing rapid blood loss. Some underlying skin layers would not break down, but they would lose all of their water and become tough and blackened. And your underlying subcutaneous fat would bubble off as well. All in all, this is known as a full thickness burn, and it would occur in about 1 minute in these waters. Your nervous system would enter a state of shock and become irreversibly damaged, which would lead to most, if not all, of your organs to fail if the heat stress has not already done that to you. You would be dead within 2 to 3 minutes, and then at that point, the acidity of the water would take over. Within a few hours, your body, including your skeleton, would be completely dissolved into absolute nothingness. And for anyone who falls in but manages to climb out again before being dissolved, they are not out of the woods. Many of those people, unfortunately, will die hours, days, months later due to complications from the burns. On June 7, 2016, Colin Scott and his sister Sable went to Yellowstone to see the famous hot springs. The siblings were exploring the Norris Geyser Basin, which is the park's oldest and hottest thermal area, when they decided to leave the safety of the boardwalk and walk past all the signs telling them, do not leave the boardwalk, this is dangerous, turn around. They decided to walk past all of those and venture out off the course. They walked approximately 200 meters away from the path to the edge of a hot spring that was not really part of the main tour, and they were just standing there when Colin apparently tripped and fell into the hot spring. And his sister was just not able to do anything. She knew she couldn't go in after him, and he very quickly sunk below the surface and didn't come up again. She ran back to try to get help, but by the time they got back to the edge of the hot spring, he was gone. And in fact, the only thing they would find of Colin Scott was his flip-flops. Since 1890, Colin Scott, along with 21 other people, have died by falling into these hot springs. There is a remote cliff face in northern England that rarely gets tourists. If you were standing in front of it, you would see this little stream that went into a break in the limestone. It's this little tiny hole, and that stream is called the Mossdale Beck. If you crouched down and walked through that hole, you would be entering the Mossdale Caverns, which since 1967 have been permanently sealed off to cavers. Once inside the Mossdale Caverns entranceway, you could look down and see that little stream, the Mossdale Beck, would be going between your legs, and then right in front of you, it would split in 2 distinct directions down respective tunnels. To the right, the water flows down 7 miles of accessible passageway. However, most of it is incredibly tight and it's prone to flooding. As a result, fewer people have seen the far reaches of the right side of Mossdale Cavern than have stepped on the moon. To the left, the water goes through these impenetrable rocks that no one has gotten past. In fact, no one knows what's beyond these rocks. However, scientists have determined the water that goes left at the entranceway will reemerge 18 days later, 5 miles away, 900 feet lower in a pool called the Black Keld. The massive tunnel system that we know exists but has yet to be explored that connects the entranceway to Black Keld is referred to as the missing link. You would think cavers from all over the world would be clamoring to get inside that accessible side, the right side of Mossdale Caverns, and try to find a secret access point back to the missing link, to be the first person to discover that, to stake your claim and say, that was me. But in fact, since the Mossdale Caverns was discovered in 1941 until 1967, almost no one went in Mossdale Caverns. Endless, tight, water-filled crawls with names like Drown or Glory made Mossdale Caverns feel like too big of a risk to be worth it. But in 1967, 10 extremely fit, extremely experienced cavers said, you know what? We are going in Mossdale Cavern and we are going to find that entrance to the missing link. So on June 24th, 1967, these 10 cavers entered Mossdale Caverns. They went right into the accessible 7 miles of passageway and they began their descent. And it wasn't that long until 2 of the 10 cavers, the 2 least experienced of the group, said, you know what? I don't want to do this anymore. Got a bad feeling about this, but we don't know the way out. And so they needed chaperones to leave. And so 2 other cavers from the group had to go with them. So 4 cavers, they leave Mossdale Caverns. The other 6 are going to continue on. So when the 4 got back to the surface, it was about 5 p.m. They had been in the cavern for several hours at this point. And when they went in initially, the weather was great. It was beautiful. It was clear. Now they're coming out again and it had started to rain. Not significantly. It was more like a drizzle, But they were a little bit concerned because they knew the other 6 were planning to be in the cavern until after midnight. So they were just hopeful that the rain did not get any worse. But just a couple of hours later, the skies opened up and it rained like it hadn't rained in years. Just torrential downpour, and the 4 were really concerned about the other 6. So they went back to the entrance hoping that maybe, the other 6 would have heard the rain, although it's very unlikely considering how deep they were going to be. But they were hoping that maybe they'd be coming out again and they would see them and get them back to safety. But when they arrived there, not only were the 6 not out of the cave, but the actual entrance to the cave was completely submerged in water. Earlier that day, when the 4 cavers turned around and left, the other 6 cavers, they continued on, and they had made it about 2 miles deep into these caves. They had passed the fabled drown or glory swim, they had survived the knee-wrecker passage, and they had bit their tongue as they squeezed through the famously painful Umaguli tunnel, now located hours away from the only way out. So they are way into this cave. They were nearing the end of this distant section of the cave that they believed on the other end they would find this hidden entrance into the missing link. All they had to do was pass through the Far Marathon section, which is a 900-foot tunnel that is only 10 inches high, 2 feet wide, and you have to wriggle through on your stomach with your face pressed against a stream that runs through it. And it takes a very long time to get through it. It's incredibly claustrophobia inducing. It's considered one of the most stressful things you can do in caving. But considering how experienced these cavers were and the fact that they had come down there specifically to get to this far point in the cave, you got to figure that their spirits were high. They were probably joking with each other as they're doing this awful thing. And then they made it about 3/4 of the way through this tunnel when someone must have noticed the distant rumbling sound and said, "Hey, what is that?" And as they sat there listening, trying to discern what the sound was, it must have dawned on them that their worst nightmare was about to come true. That was the sound of surging water. This tunnel is about to flood. They began crawling faster and faster down the marathon tunnel. Not only was it very difficult to move quickly inside of this very tight tunnel, but they also knew there was nowhere to go. They're 2 miles underground. They must have felt like the world of sunshine and fresh air was suddenly an eternity away. The oldest of the group was 26. The rest of them were all in their teens. United now by fear, the water came rushing in as they're all pinned inside of the Far Marathon tunnel, and their face is already up against the river, and now this river is surging with water. And so they're all desperately trying to crawl through this flooding tunnel, and the leader of the group, the guy literally in the front, John Ogden, who was 26, he managed to get all the way through the Far Marathon tunnel to the space where they anticipated finding that secret entrance into the missing link. That wasn't there, but he found above him there was a small fissure in the rocks. There was an air pocket, and he managed to get his head up into the space right as the water in the Far Marathon cave completely submerged. So any of the cavers in there, they drowned inside of the Far Marathon. The bubble that he was in was a little bit bigger, and so some of the cavers managed to get in there, and they tried to clamber into this air pocket as well, but ultimately there was only enough room for one person, and John was the only one up there. And so as the water levels filled the room he was in up to his neck, everyone below John drowned. Now, we don't know if John literally kept other people from getting into this air pocket with him. All we know is it could only hold one person, and ultimately John was the one who was left inside of this crevice. But this air pocket was really just delaying the inevitable because there wasn't very much air inside of it, and John's 2 miles below the surface. There is no way anyone is going to get to him in time. And so he ended up dying a couple days later, and when they found him, he was still in the air pocket trying to get one last breath. What I've not covered in this story that I would encourage you all to check out is there was this incredible effort to try to save these cavers before anyone knew they were deceased. There was this hope that maybe they found an air pocket and they were still alive. And so they basically created this artificial dam that was very precarious. The water could at any moment spill over, and it provided just enough drainage inside of this cavern for some of the best cavers in the world to go into the cavern to look for them. And so they went into this cavern knowing at any minute that makeshift dam on the surface could break and they will 100% drown in here. No one's coming to get them. They had to crawl through the Far Marathon tunnel all the way down at the bottom to get to the lost cavers. And ultimately, when they discovered they were all deceased, it would have been impossible to remove their bodies. And so the decision was made to leave the 6 cavers where they died and seal off the cave permanently. So in 1967, they sealed it off. and they now treat Mossdale Caverns like a gravesite, and no one goes in it. So that's going to do it, guys. If you found these secret in today's episode, let us know in the comments what it is and where.
Okay, at least they sealed off the cave, right? That was the smart thing to do. Unlike leaving something so open, so absolutely, yeah. You gotta move your body real quick? Yeah, I understand that. Okay, so they sealed off the cave. This isn't that wasn't England, wasn't it? It was somewhere at least. They sealed off the cave. Don't go. So when you see warning signs, do not ignore them. Okay? Don't ignore them. Seriously. Ugh. So if there are warning signs to tell you to go back, do not cross there, do not go further, or anything like that, you turn your ass around and you leave. Okay? That is not a joke. Those warning signs are there for a reason, period, end story. If you want a good photo or something, get a good lens, okay? Get a lens that is big and can zoom in on stuff. That's that, okay? Alright. Three places you can't go, but people who went part 12. Oh my god. Top 3 impossible places people were found. Ay, ay, ay. But I still want to see this one, actually. That one is actually pretty... This is a really fun thing to watch, but also kind of like, oh yeah. It's knowledge, though. Don't go here. It's like, I go somewhere. This is familiar. Warning signs. Yep, we're not going there.
So fair warning, I've included a video with today's number 2 story, and if you have a fear of deep, dark water or are claustrophobic, you may want to consider skipping it. But before we get into today's stories, if you're a fan of the strange, dark, and mysterious delivered in story format, then you've come to the right channel, because that's all we do, and we upload 3, 4, even 5 times every week. So if that's of interest to you, please tell the like button you're sorry for all the hostility this year, and that you want to take them on vacation as a way of making up for it. When they say yes, bring them to Skinwalker Ranch and promptly punt them through the portal. Also, please subscribe to our channel and turn on all notifications so you don't miss any of our weekly uploads. All right, let's get into today's stories. In October of 2007, Helena Carroll and her fiance, John Cullen, had saved a little bit of money, and they were torn on what to do with it. They knew they should put it aside and put it towards a down payment on a new house, but they also really wanted to go on vacation, and lately life had been very stressful for both of them, and so ultimately they decided, let's just blow it all on an amazing vacation. And so later that month, they flew off to Thailand. Over the course of their week, they spent most of their time at their resort, sitting in the pool and eating nice food, and they were having this really nice time. And on their last day, they decided they needed to do something a little bit more adventurous. And so they decided to explore the Nam Talu cave inside of the Khao Sok National Park, which is this 160 million year old rainforest that was not that close to their resort. In fact, it was not really a huge tourist destination because of how cumbersome it was to get there. But from everything they read about this park, and specifically this cave they wanted to go in, it was just this breathtaking experience, and so they were sold. After signing up for a guided tour, they headed down to the pier where they boarded a boat and drove 90 minutes to the entrance of this park. When they got off, they met their 2 guides and then walked down to this entrance area where they connected with the other 5 tourists that were going to be on this tour with them. Those 5 people were 2 Swiss parents and their 2 teenage daughters, along with a 10-year-old German boy who was there on his own. After everyone had said hello and introduced themselves, they began walking through the park towards this cave. The allure of the Nam Talu cave, which is the cave they were going to be going to, was there was a river that ran through it where at times as you walked through this cave, you'd have to hold onto a rope and wade through the water where the water was up to your waist or even up to your neck at times. But it felt safe and controlled, and it was kind of exhilarating for foreign tourists to go through the cave. As they were just about to get to the entrance of the Nam Talu cave, some park rangers happened to walk down the path next to them, and they exchanged some words with the two local guides that were leading this tour, and they told them it's a bad idea to go into the Nam Talu cave because this is the monsoon season. No one's supposed to be in there, and if it starts raining while you're inside the cave, you won't hear it, and it will flood the cave, and then you'll be trapped. But despite the warning, the group continued on because it hadn't rained that day, and there wasn't any rain in the forecast, and the two local guides that were leading this tour were really confident that they were not in danger. They entered the cave a little after 1 p.m. and right away they were walking through little puddles of water that got a little bit deeper, and pretty soon they were holding onto the rope and walking through the deeper sections of the cave. Water's up to their waist, and by all accounts it was very exciting. And the entirety of the tour should only take about an hour, where it's 30 minutes in, you hit the turnaround point and you come back. And they had made it about 20 to 25 minutes in, right before the turnaround point, when Helena and John, who were towards the front of the tour group, heard what sounded like a rushing or roaring sound coming from the entrance of the cave. And they turned around and they saw this wave of water barreling into the cave. And instinctively, John and Helena start climbing up the walls. And luckily, there was a ledge where they were, and they managed to scramble up onto this ledge. And Helena would say, as soon as she got up there, she turned around to look where she had just been standing, right as this surge of water blasted past them, carrying with it the two tour guides and the 10-year-old German boy, who immediately got swept around the corner down the dark tunnel. And then seconds later, the two Swiss parents and their teenage daughters, they got swept away around the corner. The couple was now stranded on this ledge with no time to be upset about what they're witnessing, because the water was not only surging past them, it was rising, and there was limited amount of space before they would just be completely submerged in water. And so they tried their best to climb up this wall to a slightly higher ledge, which was still only a few feet away from these rushing rapids. And so as they're crouched up on this ledge, John eventually says to Helena, we're gonna die if we stay here, we're gonna drown. And so I need to find a way to maybe get past this initial rush of water, and maybe on the far side of the cave, I can work my way back up to the entrance and hopefully get us some help. And initially Helena said, don't do it, don't leave, we're safe here. But eventually he said to her, I have to go. I love you, I have to go. And she said, okay, and he jumped into the water, and almost immediately he was pulled under and disappeared. For the next 20 hours, Helena had to sit on this ledge in total darkness until the water finally began to subside a little bit and rescuers could come in to get her. What had happened was, after Helena and the rest of the tour group had gone inside of the cave, they made it just far enough in that they were out of earshot of what was happening outside of the cave. Right at that moment, a huge freak storm rolled in. There was this flash flood that was so intense, the lake that was right outside of the entrance to this cave, it rose up and began dumping directly into the cave. It was like a dam basically breaking, and all the water just poured in all at once. When Helena was finally let out of the cave, she didn't know what happened to her fiance or the other tourists that were part of the group. But as soon as she stepped outside, she saw there were 8 coffins that had been lined up right outside, and she found out that she was the sole survivor. Despite this tragedy, people still go into the Nam Talu cave even during monsoon season. In 2014, 35-year-old Darren Spivey was a passionate scuba diver, and he wanted to share that passion with his 15-year-old son, Dylan. So on Christmas Eve that year, he gave his son an early gift, scuba tanks. The pair was apparently so excited to use them that they planned on doing an early morning dive the very next day on Christmas. Later, Dylan's grandmother would tell the media that her grandson actually didn't really want to go on this dive trip, but he knew his dad did, and he adored his father and didn't want to let him down, so he decided to go anyways. The following morning, the father and son got up and they made their way to a local dive site, only to discover that the gate to the dive site was locked. The father still really wanted to do this dive, and so he decided he would take them to another dive site in Central Florida, which was inside of a wildlife management area that he knew was open 24/7 to hunters and hikers and divers. So the pair drove over to the entrance of this park, and sure enough, it was open. And so they went through and began driving down these windy back roads until they finally reached this dirt lot that was right next to a pond. They got out of the car, they put on their wetsuits and their scuba gear, and began waddling their way over to this wooden walkway that starts in the parking lot and goes all the way up and out onto the pond like a dock. And as they walked down this wooden walkway, they would have passed a number of signs telling them, do not dive in this pond unless you're an expert diver. Because this is not just some pond. This pond was the entrance to the infamous and deadly Eagle's Nest, which in the cave diving community is known as the Mount Everest of cave diving. At the bottom of this little placid-seeming pond is a narrow hole that is a tunnel that goes straight down, and that is the single way in or out of this massive underwater cave system. Expert divers will swim over to this hole and grab the guideline that goes down into this cave, and they'll follow it and they'll swim straight down until the light above them fades, and all they can see below them is just black nothingness. And once they get through the end of this tunnel, it opens up into this massive chasm that's called the ballroom. And as soon as you get into the ballroom, if you stop and shine your light in any direction, you will not see a wall. No matter how powerful your flashlight is, you can't see a wall, it's so big. Divers that have been down there have said it feels like you're in outer space. This guideline goes straight down to the bottom of the ballroom at about 130 feet, at which point you see a sign that has a Grim Reaper on it that says, "Stop, prevent your own death, do not go any farther. There's nothing in this cave that is worth dying for." Basically, this is your last chance to turn around and get to the surface relatively easily. Because from this sign, the cave splits off in two different directions, where the tunnel gets narrower and it kind of spiders around, and in certain points it goes all the way down to 300 feet. So beyond this sign, it is extremely dangerous unless you know what you're doing, and even then, it's still extremely dangerous. There's also a current that runs through Eagle's Nest, so if you were to lose the guideline, especially in the ballroom, you could be blown away and then have a really hard time finding it again because it's pitch black down there, and it's like finding a needle in a haystack. And if you're not holding on to the guideline, it's nearly impossible to find the one way out. So you understand how intimidating and dark and dangerous this place is, here's a video of a diver going through that tunnel into the ballroom.
Down there's a warning sign or a stop sign, warning divers that aren't trained for this type of diving, cave trained or trimix trained, to not go any further, to help save lives. A lot of divers have died trying to do these types of dives, and the thing is, at these depths, small mistakes can cost lives. So the sign is there just as a warning to help prevent any future accidents.
But as Darren and Dylan sat at the end of the walkway getting ready to jump into this pond, they were unfazed by the countless warnings, even though neither of them were expert divers. In fact, Dylan wasn't even a certified diver at all. This was one of his first dives. Before the pair jumped into the water, Darren texted his fiancée and said they were at Eagle's Nest and they were about to do this dive and that he would call when they got back to the surface. After that, he put his phone away on the surface, and the two of them jumped into the water and started swimming their way over to the entrance to Eagle's Nest. Hours went by, and Darren's fiancée did not get a call from Darren. And so by the time the sun was going down, she decided she had to go check on them. So she hopped in the car and she drove to the parking lot at Eagle's Nest, and she saw Darren's car and no sign of the boys anywhere. Police were called, and very quickly professional divers were brought to Eagle's Nest to go down and see if they were still down there. The divers got in the water, they made their way over to the narrow entrance, they went down the tunnel, they entered into the ballroom, and they stopped, holding onto the guideline. They pulled out their flashlights and began scanning around the ceiling immediately inside of the ballroom. because they had done this before, and it was not uncommon to have fatalities inside of caves be near the entrance. And as they're scanning around, they stop when they see Dylan's lifeless body trapped up against the ceiling about 6 feet away from the entrance. He had inflated his water wings, which are emergency flotation devices. His mouthpiece was out of his mouth, and it would turn out he had no more air left in his tanks. After the divers retrieved Dylan's body, they went back into Eagle's Nest, and they went all the way down following the guideline to the bottom of the ballroom, where they found Darren. He was laying on a little sandy hill, his mouthpiece was out, he also had no air left in his tanks, and he was laying right next to the famous sign that has the Grim Reaper on it that says, "Stop, prevent your own death, don't go any farther." Both Darren and Dylan's gauges showed they had gone down to 230 feet. For reference, between 0 and 130 feet is considered recreational diving. And so in those depths, you can breathe regular air, so the same air you breathe on the surface is the air that goes in your tanks. You don't need really special training. You can kind of do whatever you want in those depths. Below 130 feet, you need to breathe a special gas mix, you need special equipment, and you definitely need specialized training. All three of those things Dylan and Darren did not have. After an investigation was done into their deaths, it was determined it was an accident, and the going theory was they went through the entrance into the ballroom, they went all the way down, and then they went into one of the two tunnels that spiders off to the side, and they managed to go all the way down to 230 feet. And at that depth, they must have developed a nasty case of nitrogen narcosis, which is like being drunk. And so in that state, they must have lost track of time and how much air they were using. And so by the time they got back to the ballroom to begin their ascent, they ran out of air. The son must have run out first and grabbed his father, shown him his air gauge to point out that he has no air left. His dad, in seeing that, must have taken his regulator out and put it in his son's mouth, and they began buddy breathing as they ascended to the exit. Except the father's tanks also ran out of air very shortly after that, and the father passed out and sank to the bottom. The son managed to get a full breath of air and began trying to swim as fast as he could to the surface. He even inflated his water wings to make himself go faster. Except in his panic, he must have let go of the guideline and swam all the way up and then hit the ceiling and then been not able to find the way out and ultimately drowned. Today, despite all the warnings outside and inside of the cave itself telling inexperienced divers to not go any farther, inexperienced divers continue to go into Eagle's Nest, and inexperienced divers continue to die inside of Eagle's Nest. To date, 11 people have died inside of that cave. Midday on June 10th, 1981, an Italian man and his 6-year-old son walked to the edge of their property in Frascati, which is an area in Italy known as the hub of Rome's local wine industry. The father needed to repair a section of their fence, and his son, who he said had the soul of Huckleberry Finn, wanted to tag along. But as soon as the work began, Alfredo just wanted to go play in the vineyards, and so he ran off. And the father didn't think much of it because his son always played in the vineyards and just figured he would see him back at the house. When the father finished up the work around 7 p.m. and walked back into his house, he was surprised that Alfredo wasn't there. And so he asked his wife, have you seen our son? And she said, no, can you go out and find him because dinner's going to be on the table any minute. So the father goes back outside expecting to see Alfredo come running out from behind some hiding place, but he doesn't. And he yells out for his son and doesn't get a response. And so he begins walking his property and yelling for Alfredo, and he's not finding him. And so after 2 hours of looking, he finally just calls the police. The police arrive, and initially it's just a couple of officers with flashlights, and they spend about 2 hours looking as well. They can't find him, so they call in backup in the form of officers with sniffer dogs, and the dogs began searching the property for another 3 hours, and they still couldn't find him. A little after midnight, the fire department, known in Italy as the fire brigade, they joined in as well. Shortly thereafter, a fire brigade officer was on the edge of Alfredo's property when he discovered a small hole in the ground. It would turn out Alfredo's neighbor had dug an illegal well, which was a common practice at the time, and generally, if you dug one of these wells and you struck water, you would report the well. But if you dug down and you didn't find water, you would just cover it up with a girder and you wouldn't tell anyone. In this case, however, the hole the officer was looking at did not have anything covering it. And so he knelt down and he yelled Alfredo's name into this hole, and at first he didn't hear anything. Then he yelled again, and he heard Alfredo yell back for his mother. Alfredo must not have seen the opening as he was running around playing, and he fell feet first into an 80-meter deep shaft. After Alfredo was found, the fire brigade took over rescue efforts, and so additional fire brigade units were called to help. But as soon as those additional units showed up, the captains of the different units began arguing with each other because it wasn't really clear how they were going to get him out. And unfortunately, the fire brigade immediately made a very bad decision. They decided to lower a plank into the shaft attached by a rope that he could grab onto, and they could pull him out that way. But when they lowered it at about 24 meters, the plank got stuck inside of the tunnel. And when they yanked on the rope to try to free it, the rope came off of the plank, but the plank remained wedged in the tunnel, blocking the tunnel. By the following morning, TV crews had swarmed the area, and one of them offered up a two-way microphone that could be lowered down into the hole so they could talk directly to Alfredo. When the microphone was finally lowered down next to his face, he was crying and pleading for them to get him out and that he missed his mother. Amateur spelunker Tullio Barnaby, a 23-year-old, had come over and joined the vigil that night. The plank plan shocked him for its foolishness, and so too did the scene. It was like everyone and no one was in charge. The well opening had been widened in hopes that a very skinny person would be willing to be lowered down to remove the piece of wood that was obstructing the tunnel. And since Tullio was a spelunker and was comfortable in confined spaces and was pretty skinny, he volunteered himself to do it. As he was lowered down, he quickly realized the inside of this tunnel was not a straight shot. It was more like a corkscrew. And so because of its windy nature, he was not able to get down to the wood. And so he signaled to go back up again. And when he reached the surface, he didn't have the wood in hand, but he told the fire brigade that because of the windy nature, it's unlikely Alfredo fell all the way to the bottom. He's probably stuck somewhere in the middle, which is a good thing. But we have to be really careful as we pull him out that we don't do anything that unintentionally causes him to slip farther into the hole. Tullio's suggestion was they go out and recruit professional spelunkers to be involved in the rescue because they would understand how to get someone out of such a tight space so far down in the ground. But the fire brigade disregarded his advice and said, we don't have enough time for that. At 6 a.m. the next day, about 12 hours after Alfredo's fallen into the swell, the fire brigade would make another very poor decision. They decided they would drill down another hole parallel to the one Alfredo was in, and they would drill down past the point they believed Alfredo was, at which point they would turn and drill laterally and connect to the tunnel Alfredo's in, grabbing Alfredo, pulling him across, and back up the new tunnel. Tullio objected, and he said the vibrations from this drill are almost certainly going to dislodge the boy and cause him to slip farther into the tunnel. But once again, the fire brigade did not listen to him. The drilling began about 2 hours later, and by that afternoon, Alfredo's plight had become major national news, with every single TV station playing a 24/7 live broadcast of the well, watching the drilling take place. Even the Italian president made a special trip to the well to see how it was going. But the drilling was very slow, and Alfredo, he had that microphone next to his head, and he was crying half the time. Then the other times, he was just pleading with them to get him out and saying he was cold or that he was tired, and the rescuers would say, we're going to be down there to get you, don't fall asleep, we're going to get you out of there. Finally, after 36 hours, they had drilled all the way down to their intended stopping point, and they began drilling across into Alfredo's well. When they finally broke into Alfredo's well, rescuers rushed in with flashlights and looked up and looked down, and there was no sign of Alfredo. And they called it up to the top, and they said, he's not here. And then all of a sudden, they heard a faint voice coming from all the way down at the bottom of the well. The vibrations from all of the drilling had indeed caused Alfredo to slip all the way to the very bottom. They estimated he was approximately 30 meters below this new parallel tunnel, and at that depth, the temperatures would be freezing, and so now Alfredo, on top of everything else, was facing hypothermia. They quickly lowered the microphone again down to Alfredo, and they told him, we're going to get you out of there, we're sorry we dropped you, but we're going to get you. And Alfredo's voice came back weak. He was tired, he was sore, he was freezing, he was crying. It was like the situation was just getting so much worse by the second, and rescuers knew they had to get to him probably in the next couple of hours, or that was it. And so another skinny man volunteered to go down into the hole, and they lowered him, and he would go all the way down to the bottom where Alfredo was. And he would call up that he found him and that Alfredo was alive. But Alfredo was stuck waist deep in this mud that the guy could not pull him out of. And so every time he'd begin to raise him slightly out of the mud, he'd lose his grip and he would fall back into the mud, going deeper into the mud each time. And after the 7th time of not being able to do it, Alfredo was getting dangerously close to being neck deep in the mud. And so the guy had to be pulled back out again. As soon as he was pulled back out again, more men volunteered themselves to go in there and try to yank him out, but many of them were not able to even get down to Alfredo. They would get stuck along the way, A couple did get to Alfredo, but they said his condition was worsening, he was weak, he wasn't even assisting, trying to get pulled out. It was clear they were reaching the end. Finally, at 6:36 a.m. on Saturday, so 2.5 days after Alfredo fell in, they could not get him to respond on that two-way microphone. And so they sent down a sonar probe and they could not detect a heartbeat, and doctors declared him dead. The next day, liquid nitrogen was poured into the hole to preserve the body, and then 31 days later, they were finally able to extract it. After it was all over, the 25 million plus people that watched this take place live on television were crushed with what happened to Alfredo. There was a general sense that lots of people let this poor child down, which led to his death. But the person who was ultimately held accountable for it was the neighbor, who had illegally dug the well. And so the neighbor was charged with manslaughter and was sent to jail, but their sentence is not publicly available online. So that's going to do it, guys. If you found the secret in today's episode, let us know in the comments what it is and where you found it.
That was just horrible. But you don't dig on into someone's property, okay? Wait. Okay, top 3 impossible places people were found missing. Okay, I kind of want to see this one just because.
Every year, hundreds of people go missing under baffling conditions inside the woods of North America. I'm talking about people being right in front of someone and then in a second they're gone and they're never found again. Or somebody goes missing and then they're found again, but in a location that's impossible to get to. One former police detective named David Politis has investigated thousands of these strange disappearances, and he documents what he finds in his incredible book series called Missing 411. Today, we're going to look at 3 of his cases that even amongst strange disappearances, these stand out as particularly bizarre. But before we get into today's stories, if you're a fan of the strange, dark, and mysterious delivered in story format, then you've come to the right channel, because that's all we do, and we upload 3, 4, even 5 times every week. So if that's of interest to you, please offer to make the like button a hot pocket, but don't let it stand in the microwave for 2 minutes. Instead, serve it to them immediately so that when they bite into it, they are met with the tongue-scalding cheese lava flow within. Also, please subscribe to our channel and turn on all notifications so you don't miss any of our weekly uploads. All right, let's get into today's stories. Hours of January 12th, 2016, 18-year-old Dylan Parker was attending a party in his hometown of Osborne, Idaho. Towards the end of the night, Dylan decided he wanted to leave the party, but it was snowing and cold outside, so he called his mom and he asked her if she would come pick him up at the gas station just down the road from the house he was at. His mother would say it was obvious Dylan had been drinking because he was slurring his words, but at the time, even though she was upset about it because he was underage, she thought, you know what, it's cold, it's snowing, I just want to get my kid home safe and we'll deal with this tomorrow. So she agreed to pick him up. She hopped in the car and began driving to this gas station, and as she's driving, she gets another call from her son. This time, he sounds totally panicked and scared, and he's asking his mom, you know, where are you? Where are you, Mom? And she's telling him, I'm going to be there in a minute. I'm just down the road. Calm down. I'll be there in a minute. And then he hung up. When she got to the gas station, he wasn't there. When she tried calling him back, his phone was off. She got out of the car and went into the gas station and asked if they'd seen her son, and they said they hadn't. She got back in the car and she drove around for about 30 minutes yelling for her son, but there was no sign of him. She still couldn't get in touch with him. His phone was still off, and she just had this bad feeling that something had happened to him, so she called the police. The police conducted a thorough search that started with the house Dylan had been at for this party. They interviewed the people who were there, and everybody said Dylan seemed fine, and he just left. He said he was getting picked up by his mom. But as they looked around town, they just could not find any sign of him. 10 days later, Dylan's body was found in an area no nobody was searching. In fact, he was found by accident by two people that crashed their ATVs in the middle of the night and then went back in the daytime the next day to retrieve their ATVs, and that's when they found Dylan's body. He was located outside of town, high up a hill in a dense forest, which in order to get there, he would have had to walk the opposite direction of the gas station. Now, toxicology reports showed Dylan had been under the influence of alcohol, but this was his hometown. He certainly knew where the gas station was, and he would have known he was walking in the complete wrong direction, especially when you consider walking towards the gas station was like walking towards the center of town. There was lots of lights, lots of indication you're going in the right direction. To walk in the other direction towards that hill where he was found would have been like walking towards darkness, where there's no lights, there's no sign of town. It's obviously the wrong direction. But the case gets even stranger, because on the day Dylan went missing, there was a lot of snow on the ground, which meant people would have made tracks. And from the time Dylan went missing until he was found, it didn't snow, and the temperature did not heat up enough to melt the snow. So in theory, any tracks Dylan would have made, they would still be there when he was found. But where Dylan was found, there were no tracks anywhere near him. No footprints, no tire tracks, nothing. It was as if someone had dropped him out of the sky. Another strange element of this case is Dylan was found without pants and without boots on. And so you would think for him to make it all the way up to this spot on the hillside through kind of rough, rocky, snowy terrain through a forest, that you would expect his socks to be totally ruined and his feet to potentially be cut up. But his socks were clean and his feet were uninjured. This led investigators to believe Dylan must have somehow made his way to that spot on the hillside in that forest without leaving any tracks, and then once he was there, he removed his pants and his boots. Except dozens of police officers and sniffer dogs were never able to find those pants and boots, despite the fact they should, in theory, be in that immediate area where he took them off. While he determined Dylan's cause of death to be hypothermia, the deputy coroner, David Roos, was convinced there was something off about this case. After local authorities came out and said Dylan's death was an accident, David became very vocal in the media saying he disagreed and he thought Dylan had been attacked. But the county never reinvestigated Dylan's case, and in fact, they went on to fire David Roos, the coroner, saying he was no longer qualified to do the job. David says they fired him to keep him quiet. As a result, we may never know the truth about what happened to Dylan. Dustin Self was born and raised in Piedmont, Oklahoma, which is a small community just northwest of Oklahoma City. Growing up, Dustin had always been kind of a mediocre performer with so-so grades, didn't take things too seriously, but in his senior year, he discovered weightlifting, and it seemed to give his life a much-needed sense of purpose, and it really kind of helped him organize all aspects of his life. So by the time he was graduating, he was not only in great physical shape, he had also managed to raise all of his grades up significantly, and he seemed to be on a path to success. But interestingly, after high school, he didn't pursue higher education, he didn't go get a job, he didn't try to spend more time with friends and family. Instead, he decided he wanted to go live in the wild. His family believed this was due to his obsession with the Hollywood film Into the Wild, which is about the true story of Christopher McCandless, who gives up a promising career to go live off in the wilds of Alaska. Christopher would ultimately die in the wilds of Alaska after eating a poisonous plant, or some say he died from starvation. So about a year after Dustin's high school graduation, he was 19 years old, it was March of 2013, and he finally felt like he was ready to go live out this dream of living in the wild. And so he told his family he was going to go on this cross-country road trip, stopping at different points along the way, living out in the woods. His family knew he was really fixated on this and couldn't talk him out of it, and so they ultimately accepted it and said, just be really careful. So in early March, Dustin heads out on this road trip, and nobody hears from him until March 15th, when he calls his parents and says, I'm in this tiny town called Fields, Oregon, and I'm at a gas station. Everything's going great, nothing to worry about. The very next day, Dustin called his ex-girlfriend and told her he was lost on a mountain. And his ex-girlfriend said she couldn't really understand what he was saying, and she was actually at the airport about to board a plane, so it was noisy, and she stepped into a bathroom to hear him more clearly. But even as she's hearing him, what he was saying just wasn't making any sense. He was talking about this mountain he was lost on, and he was referencing that there were people that were after him, and it was just very confusing. And before she could get any more clarifying information from Dustin, he hung up, and then she couldn't couldn't get back in touch with him. So she calls Dustin's father and she tells him that she had this really weird conversation with Dustin where he said he's lost on this mountain. And even though I didn't really understand what he was telling me, he sounded really, really scared. Dustin's father thanked her and then spent the rest of the day trying to get in touch with his son, but every time he called, it just went straight to voicemail. The next day, when he still hadn't heard from his son, he called the police. The police did not have a great idea of where to start looking for him because Dustin did not specify to his ex-girlfriend what mountain he was actually lost on. All they had was his last known location, which was that gas station in Fields, Oregon. So they went to that gas station and he wasn't there, and they asked the people that worked there if they remembered Dustin, and they didn't, and no one knew anything about him. And so after that, they just had to wait for more leads to come in because they couldn't just, search all the mountains in Oregon for Dustin. They would never find him. A month later, after no one's heard from Dustin, a ranch hand who was living in a very rural section of Oregon, not far from the gas station in Fields, Oregon, discovered Dustin's truck parked precariously on the edge of this road inside of a canyon. It was abandoned, but inside were Dustin's GPS, some food, and some energy drinks. His backpack that contained his sleeping bag and his tent were missing. There was a comprehensive search done around where the truck had been found, but after a couple of days, nothing had been found and the search was terminated. The area around where Dustin's truck was found was very hilly and rocky, but there weren't that many trees, which meant if you were standing on one of the different mountains in the area, you'd be able to very easily look out and actually see a road. And so the searchers were thinking to themselves, how could this guy have gotten lost on any of these mountains? Because all he'd have to do is look over there and there's a road and therefore there's help. 6 months later, a hunter was up in those mountains near where Dustin's truck was found, and he was actually moving through one of these small sections of aspen trees. And as he was walking through, he thought he saw a deer, and he was kind of stalking through these trees. And he gets to an opening where he looks down and he stops, because underneath the bush is an obviously dead man, not wearing any clothes, who's on his hands and knees, and it looks like his head is stuck in the ground. When the hunter walks over to get a better look, it looks like this guy must have pushed his head into a hole in the ground before he succumbed to whatever killed him. The hunter leaves and tells police. Police show up, they search the area, and they find a jacket nearby, inside of which is a wallet that contains Dustin's ID cards, as well as Dustin's car keys. The body was Dustin's. Dustin was located 9 miles away from where his truck had been parked on that road, and nowhere in the area did they find a campsite. They actually never found his backpack that contained the tent or the sleeping bag, so they think he never set up camp, but they don't know where his supplies went. After Dustin's family found out what happened to him, his father would say, I just don't understand why he didn't seek shelter in his vehicle. It was parked on the road, he wasn't that far away. Heck, he could have run those 9 miles. He was in great physical shape, and in theory, he would have known where he parked it, or if he didn't, he could have just walked to the edge of the mountain and looked out and seen the road it was parked on. So the family just couldn't understand his decision making. Investigators would say there was no indication Dustin was trying to hurt himself and foul play was ruled out. So what was it that caused Dustin to abandon his car and walk 9 miles uphill and ditch his clothes and ditch his backpack that contained his tent and his sleeping bag, and then stick his head in a hole until he died? The only thing that could be determined was that Dustin probably died of hypothermia, but because of the state his body was in from decomposition, the coroner said we don't know for sure. So like all the other missing 411 cases, we're left with lots of questions and not a lot of answers. In 2010, Jan Maccabee was living with her husband Bruce in a town called Lima, Ohio, which is approximately 80 miles southwest of Lake Erie. While Jan had built a successful career as a booking agent for musicians, bands, and entertainers, her real passion was deer hunting. So on September 29th of that year, right after deer hunting season had opened in Ohio, Jan decided to go out on a hunt. That morning had been cold and damp and gray, but by that afternoon, when Jan was getting ready to go, the temperatures had risen and the sun had come out. Jan's preferred method of hunting was to sit and watch from a tree stand, which is a ladder that you put in the woods that sits about 15 feet high. She would sit up there with her bow and arrow and wait to take a shot when a deer came by. Around 5 p.m. that day, she told Bruce she was leaving, and she made it to her tree stand by about 5:30. The forest she was going to be hunting in was one she was very familiar with, and it was not very remote. There were a couple houses just outside the woods, there were some agricultural areas, and her nephew actually went to high school just a mile north of these woods. But from the tree stand where she was sitting, all she could see around her was trees. Shortly after Jan sat down, she started texting with one of her friends on her BlackBerry, and periodically she'd poke her head up and look for deer. There weren't any, and then she'd go back to texting. The whole time this is happening, Jan can hear birds and crickets and squirrels and all the sounds of the forest all around her. A little after 6 p.m., her texting conversation with her friend reached a natural conclusion, and so she went back to just kind of sitting in the tree stand looking around. By about 6:20 p.m., she still hadn't seen any deer, and she was starting to get bored, so she decided she would take a selfie. She picked up her BlackBerry, she took the selfie, and as soon as she was done, she became aware that the forest had suddenly gone completely quiet. No more squirrels, no more birds, no more crickets, just complete silence. And she knew as a hunter, the only time this happened was when a large predator was in the area and all the other animals went quiet. But Jan would later say there was just something different about this silence. It was so sudden and so complete that it scared her. And she wound up sending another text message to that friend she'd been texting earlier that said, "The woods just went completely silent. Very odd." As soon as Jan hit send on that text message and lowered her phone, she immediately became aware of something about 20 feet away in the tree that was right across from her. And she said it was the most unusual and terrifying thing she had ever seen. Moving left to right through the branches was this thing that she described as like a visual distortion. She said it was like looking across pavement on a really hot day and seeing that mirage, except this one looked like it was alive, like it had mass, like it was a see-through person that had been wrapped in saran wrap. And so Jan thinks it's a floater in her eyes, and so she rubs her eyes, and when she looks up, this thing has now moved down a branch closer to her and has stopped, like it's perched on the branch, staring at her, and Jan's horrified, but she knows she wants to document it, so she grabs her phone and she raises it up and she takes a picture on her BlackBerry right as this thing kind of disappears behind the tree and vanishes. Just seconds after this thing disappeared, all the sounds in the forest came back. The birds, the squirrels, the crickets, it was all back to normal, but Jan was really shaken up because she just could not make sense of what she just saw. So she just continued to stare in the general direction of where this thing was for several minutes until finally she felt like it was safe again, at which point she brought her phone up to look at the picture she had taken. When she looked at it, it looked like a blurry mess, and so she thought, oh, I blew it, I put my hand over it, or my hair got in the way of it, or something. But at the same time, she's thinking to herself, but my hair didn't get in the way of it, and I very clearly held it out in front of me and know that I was looking at my phone when I took it, and I had a clear shot of this thing, so I don't really understand how this photo got so messed up. But after looking at the picture for a little while, she started to kind of laugh at herself, you know, the idea that she'd just seen a saran wrap person running through the treetops. You know, she just felt like that didn't happen. It must have been in my head, and as for this picture, I probably just blocked the lens, and that's it. That night, when Jan got back to her house, she did not tell her husband Bruce about what happened to her in the tree stand because, again, she's telling herself it was all in her head. They have dinner, they clean up, they sit down in the living room, and they're both on their phones, and they're just kind of scrolling through the internet and their emails, and at some point, Bruce reacts to something he's reading. He makes a sound. And Jan hears him and says, oh, what are you looking at? And he said, you know, I just got a really interesting email from our nephew, you know, the one that goes to school down the road. He said that today they were outside for band practice, and at some point, all of them turned to look at the forest, and there was a bright circular light that was kind of hovering in the forest. And I guess they all stared at it for about 5 or 10 seconds, and then at some point, the light kind of went back into the forest, and they didn't know what to make of it. And I guess one of his classmates said that a year before, the exact same thing happened, and it apparently scared their instructor so badly that they canceled rehearsal and went inside because of it. As Jan is listening to her husband read this email, she's sitting up and her heart is racing, and as soon as he finishes, she says, what time did he say that happened? Bruce picked up how intensely she was asking him, and so he looked at the email, looked back at his wife, and was like, it was between 7:50 and 8. Why? At this point, Jan revealed everything that had happened to her while she was hunting, you know, seeing that visual distortion in the trees that looked like a figure of some kind, and she would tell him that the forest she was in was the same one their nephew was claiming to have seen this circular light floating inside of. She told him she tried to take a picture of the thing she saw, but the picture didn't come out. But her husband, who is an optical physicist and therefore an expert at analyzing a picture, said, here, let me take a look at it. As soon as he looked at the image, the first thing he asked her was, well, did your hair get in front of the lens? And she said, no, I was holding it about a foot away from my head, and my hair was in a ponytail and a ball cap, so that can't be my hair. And so he looked at it again, and he asked her, well, did you put your finger over the lens maybe? And she said, yeah, I might have. I don't think I did, but it's certainly possible. And so, not really thinking much of this picture, he decides before giving the phone back to just check the resolution of the image, because whenever he would examine a picture, that was something he would do, and he discovered an anomaly. It turns out Jan's BlackBerry was only capable of taking pictures in 3 distinct resolutions. Basically, the size of the image could only come in small, medium, or large. And this picture she had taken of this thing she saw in the trees was a resolution size that was not small, medium, or large. It was some random size that the phone was actually not capable of producing. And so he asked his wife, like, did you manipulate your resolution settings? And she said, no, I don't even know how to do that. So Bruce looked at the other couple of pictures she had taken that day, and all of those fell into the small, medium, or large resolution size. It was just this one picture that was a total anomaly. And so Bruce was suddenly really intrigued by this image and by his wife's story. And so he continued to study the image, and he kept asking his wife questions about, how she was positioned in the tree stand and where the sun was and how far away this thing was and everything about the whole layout. And eventually Bruce started conducting experiments to see if he could duplicate this image his wife had created. And he got pretty scientific about it, and he could not duplicate it. Ultimately, because Bruce trusts his wife did not alter the photo in any way, and he trusts his wife as being truthful about what she experienced in the tree stand, what she saw, and based on his years of being an optical physicist, Bruce believes whatever was in the trees distorted this image. That even if she had put her finger over the lens, which he doesn't think she did, and she doesn't think she did, the picture resolution was altered in such a way that something had to have an effect on it. There was a third-party effect on this picture. If you're interested in reading all of Bruce's scientific findings about this picture, I have included his write-up that he posted online in the sources below. So that's going to do it, guys. If you found the secret in today's episode, let us know in the comments what it is.
Okay. You know what? That is insane. That was just absolutely freaking in. Yep, pretty much. I still want to know what that picture is from, because it's not in the video. I'm so disappointed. Okay. Let's see. I want to see something scary. Like, so we're gonna find something. Nope, not that one. 3 people swallowed alive by the. No. So fun. Human fiction. I want to find the top 3 scariest true stories, because like part 2. That's like one of the things to listen to. Wait, we have seen part 2. How about part 3? find it? Welcome back, Vampire Gremlin. Let's see. Always read the warning label. Ain't that the... Always killed 6 and put her on. Fittest. This road is death trap. Great. Don't watch this before your next flight. Okay. Why would you do that? Why would you jump into a pool of poison? That... Oh my god. No. It's... I don't care how long it's been. It's still too fun. I don't know, maybe they want to be like Harley Quinn, jump. Actually, what Harley Quinn jumped into, or was pushed into, or fell into, whichever the universe you want to take that from, it wasn't poison or acid. It was actually a pool of chemicals that altered her. That was a perfect composition that only affected her her body in such a way that it gave her a certain amount of strength. It hindered, so it also had a psychological factor because stuff like that. There's a lot of explanation, but that is in the DC universe. That is not a real thing. If you jump into a pool of chemicals, even though they're perfectly balanced or whatever, you're... No, don't do that. I don't think we're gonna find top 3 scary stories anymore. No, I don't think so. Alright. This nudist terrified a country? What? No! Vampire Gremlin, no! No. No. Chemical pool is no joke, actually. You don't know if there's something you might be allergic to, or certain chemicals that could actually work together to literally damage you in such a way that is... What do rich old men do with their money? Okay, but let's see the Piggy Palace Massacre.
If you have heard of Piggy Palace, the focus of today's story, then you know how horrific this story is. If you've never heard of Piggy Palace, well, viewer discretion is advised. But before we get into today's story, if you're a fan of the strange, dark, and mysterious delivered in story format, then you've come to the right place, because that's all we do, and we upload 3 or 4 times every week. So if that's of interest to you, please set the like button up for a practice sales call with William M. Buttlicker. Also, please subscribe to our channel and turn on all notifications so you don't miss any of our weekly uploads. All right, let's get into today's story. Robert Picton was born in 1949 in Port Coquitlam in British Columbia, which is about 15 miles to the east of Vancouver. He, along with his brother and sister, were raised by their parents on a big pig farm. In the 1970s, their parents passed away, and so the property was handed down to them. Robert and his brother took over the daily operations of the farm, and their sister decided to just move away. Over the next couple of decades, Robert and his brother attempted to run the pig farm, but pretty quickly they stopped taking care of it, and it fell into decline. Neighbors and visitors recalled seeing the pigs that were still there free roaming the property. And as for the brothers, it appeared they had just stopped bathing, and despite walking all day in mud and pig feces, it seemed like they never took off their boots when they went inside. One of the few farm workers that stayed with the Pictons through the farm's decline was a guy by the name of Bill Hiscox, and he said the farm was a really creepy place. And he also said Robert was a really creepy guy that was prone to just totally bizarre behavior, even though he didn't smoke or drink or use any substances. Eventually, the Picton brothers realized they were not cut out to run the pig farm like their family had for generations before them, and they decided their best move was just to sell portions of their land. But neither of them could have guessed just how much their land was worth. From 1994 to 1995, they managed to sell off almost all of their property to an urban developer for over $5 million. And so suddenly, these filthy, failed pig farmers had become millionaires, and neither of them knew what to do with the money. After a year of just sitting on the money and not doing much with it, they decided they wanted to do some good with their money. And so they established an official charity in 1996 called the Piggy Palace Good Times Society. Their charity's purpose, at least on paper, was to help raise money for various organizations that they deemed worthy by running events like dances and shows. And while that might have been their original intention for this charity, what it ultimately became was a guise to host these wild drug and alcohol-fueled parties inside of their slaughterhouse, which, even though it wasn't being used anymore because they were no longer really doing any pig farming, it still conspicuously had big hooks coming down from the ceiling and bloodstains all over the ground underneath them. These Piggy Palace parties became infamous in Coquitlam, drawing crowds of up to 2,000 people, predominantly bikers, drug addicts, and prostitutes from the poverty-stricken downtown east side of Vancouver. Robert had become familiar with that part of Vancouver because he used to go through there all the time to dispose of animal waste products at their rendering plant. Once the Piggy Palace charity was in full swing, Robert started going back into that neighborhood where he would cruise down the 10-block strip called the Load Track and would attempt to recruit people to come to his parties. Most of the people he recruited were down on their luck women who only agreed to go because he was offering them food and money and drugs and alcohol. At the same time Robert was running this recruiting campaign, women from the downtown east side began disappearing in droves. These disappearances were noticed by the men and women in the downtown east side, but they didn't report them because they had a general distrust of the police and of authority figures in general. But as more and more and more women disappeared from the downtown east side, rumors of a serial killer operating in that area started to circulate. Residents began only going outside if they could walk around in a big group of people, and everybody was just totally on edge, keeping careful lookout for anything odd about the neighborhood, people that shouldn't be there, cars that shouldn't be there. But despite this heightened security, women continued to go missing at a rapid rate, and nobody knew why. When the police were finally contacted about all these missing women, their response was lacking, to say the least. Since there were no bodies of these missing women, the police said it was reasonable to assume that the women were to blame, that their lifestyles must have caught up with them and they either ran off somewhere or perhaps they overdosed somewhere and their bodies just haven't been found yet. Despite residents of the downtown east side saying, no, this is different, there's something wrong here, the police basically said, we're not getting involved. When the newspapers found out about this totally apathetic response from the police, they criticized them for intentionally deprioritizing these missing women because the majority of them were drug addicts and prostitutes, and so therefore weren't worthy of a full investigation. The police rejected this claim. On the evening of March 22nd, 1997, so 1 year after the Piggy Palace had been stood up and they started throwing all these parties, and 1 year after dozens of women have gone missing from the downtown east side, the Pictons' neighbor heard a frantic knock on their front door. They ran over, they opened it up, and what they saw was this woman who was hunched over with one hand on her bleeding stomach, and dangling from her wrist was a handcuff. The neighbor was obviously shocked at what they were seeing, but they quickly ushered the woman in and they called her an ambulance. The woman was rushed to the hospital where she immediately was put into emergency surgery. Afterwards, while she was in recovery, she told her nurses that her name was Wendy and she had been at one of those Piggy Palace parties, and one of the owners of the farm, Robert Picton, had tried to put a handcuff on her, and when he did, she fought back. He drew a knife, he stabbed her in the stomach, she was able to get the knife back, she stabbed him in the face before turning and running out the door and making it to the neighbor's house. Right after she told this story, Robert Picton actually showed up at the exact same hospital with a serious laceration on his face that was consistent with being stabbed. The medical staff had already called the police, who showed up minutes later, and when they went inside, they searched Robert and they found in one of his pockets a handcuff key. And that handcuff key opened the handcuff that was still on Wendy's wrist. And so when the police saw that, they arrested Robert on attempted murder. While Robert was in custody, he explained to officers that Wendy was lying. She was a drug addict, and she had come to one of their Piggy Palace parties, and he had caught her trying to rob them. He had confronted her, she drew a knife, and that's when a struggle ensued, and both of them got stabbed, and Robert said he was just lucky to be alive. The police believed him and dropped all of his charges and let him go. When Robert got back to the farm, Bill Hiscox, the one worker who still worked for the Pictons, he grew very suspicious of Robert. He had read all about the missing women from the downtown east side, and he knew Robert regularly went over there to pick up women and brought them back to his parties. And Bill just always had that gut feeling that something was off about Robert. And so he sat on this gut feeling for a couple of months until finally he decided he had to tell someone. And so he called the Crime Stoppers tip line, and he told them that he thought Robert had actually attacked Wendy, not the other way around, and that actually Robert was most likely behind some or all of these missing women from the downtown east side. Bill also said that a recent female party guest at the farm had seen a pile of women's clothing inside of Robert's trailer, along with at least 10 purses and women's ID cards. The police followed up with Lisa to confirm what she saw, but she was scared of Robert and said she wasn't going to cooperate. And so the police, without this testimony, were unable to secure a search warrant to investigate this further, and so they kind of just forgot about it and moved on to other cases. Over the next few years, the Pictons continued to throw these huge Piggy Palace parties until the city finally shut them down, and dozens more women disappeared from the downtown east side without a significant police investigation, despite the fact that Bill was calling them all the time to say he believed Robert Picton was behind all of these disappearances, but they weren't taking him seriously. Finally, in 2002, a former employee of the Picton farm came forward to police and said that he personally had seen illegal weapons inside of Robert's trailer. And this was enough information for the police to get a search warrant and raid the pig farm. And in February of that year, they did just that. And they found inside of Robert's trailer the illegal guns, as well as several items directly connected to some of the missing women from the downtown east side. Robert was arrested but let out on bail. He was put under surveillance and told he could not go back to the farm until they were done conducting a more thorough search. And during that more thorough search, they found blood from one of the missing women inside of Robert's trailer. And so Robert was rearrested and charged with murder. While he was being held in jail, he shared his cell with another man who he believed was just another detainee. But he wasn't a detainee, he was actually an undercover police officer, and their entire interaction was being recorded. And on this recording, Robert makes a few shocking statements.
What do you got? You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Okay, I know what's up. You got a missing person. We better fucking how you made it. I thought the best way to dispose of something was take it in the ocean. Any better than that. Okay? No. That's good. Pretty good. Okay? Mm-hmm. Too much left. Can't stop it. You just want me. I was going to do my work. Maybe 50. That's what I was stopping for. Feel the serious with the antifreeze. And you check yourself. And you're dead in better than 10 minutes. That was just one more. I think even bigger than the bigger than the ones in the States. Yeah. Oh, yeah.
As Robert admits in this video, he killed 49 people, who would turn out to be the majority of the missing women from the downtown east side. After a lengthy investigation, it was determined Robert's killing spree began in 1991, but it really kicked up a notch in 1996 when he and his brother started Piggy Palace, because he was able to use their huge parties to lure more victims to his farm faster. And once they were at his farm, he would lure them into his trailer, where he would handcuff them, tell them it's over now, and he would inject antifreeze into them, or he would strangle them to death. Afterwards, he would move the victim's body to the slaughterhouse, where he would butcher them like a pig. A large portion of his victims' remains would be fed to his pigs, and the parts he didn't feed to his pigs, he would bring to the rendering plant in the downtown east side, which is not far from where the victim was most likely picked up. A rendering plant takes animal waste products, crushes them up, and turns them into a gelatin. This gelatin is used in many everyday products, from candy to cosmetics, which means Robert's victims wound up in things like lipstick and gummy bears. Also, sometimes while Robert was going through this horrific disposal process, he would set aside some of the best cuts of meat and grind them up with pork and turn them into sausage. This sausage was served at Piggy Palace parties. It was also given to neighbors and food banks and orphanages. After sifting through 300,000 cubic meters of soil and pig feces underneath the Picton farm, investigators were only ever able to find little bits of remains of 26 women. Robert was charged with all 26 murders, but only 6 turned into convictions due to a lack of evidence. He was sentenced to life in prison and is still alive today. His brother and sister were never charged in connection with the crimes. So that's gonna do it, guys. If you found the secret in today's episode, let us know in the comments what it is and where you found it.
What the fuck? You jinxed it. Oh my god, why? Oh yeah, so I got a message on my email that somebody's been trying to get into one of my other emails. I'm like, ah, that's funny. I was alright, I didn't want to be right, not this time. Yeah, pretty much. But somebody's trying to get into my first email account that I ever made, and it's connected to my second email, which they can't get into. Good luck, fellas. You're gonna have to have my fingerprint, and my password, and my screen lock, and the safety question. So good luck with that. Not getting in. It's like, yeah, you're not getting in. I do not care. Somebody is trying to get into my email because they did this earlier this morning, and then they tried it while I was streaming, and I'm like, okay, once, all right, twice. I'm getting a little suspicious here. If it happens the third time now, I'm gonna actually assume that somebody's trying to get. So I'm a little on edge right now for that, but. Piggy Palace, huh? This was like, this happened when I was like, what? I wasn't even in school. that's how young I was. I was just a little baby. Well, I was a kid. I wasn't even near 10. Like more around 5 years old. Something like that. Well, if anything, I love watching Mr. Ballin, but yes, it's a lot of dark stuff. So I'm just thinking, should we just go to Ill Will Press and see if they have anything hilarious? Okay. Search on Icelandic is called Leita. Interesting. Yeah, pretty much. It actually is. Search is called leiting or leita. Að leita að hlutum. to put it in a sentence. Other things like for example, if you're gonna look for some so people say look over there. In Icelandic we say sjáðu þarna. So it's really interesting. Just saw it because it is written in your Windows bar. Oh yeah, that's true. That's where. Yeah, it's Leta, yeah, there. I totally forgot it was there. I'm not gonna lie. I am so out of it. Like, oh shit, it's been like 6 hours? Okay, so we keep going or what? I kinda just wanna watch something funny, so here goes. Hopefully this is funny.
Hey, humans are trying to get people to eat bugs, claiming it's a better, more sustainable way of getting protein.
Why do I have a feeling rich people will still be eating burgers while everyone else is deluded into becoming bug munchers?
If you cared about the environment, you'd eat bugs.
Screw the environment.
Yeah, and then you wonder why the planet hates you.
I'm not eating bugs!
Save the planet. Eat a bug. That's right, that's what's happening out there. Forget about your burgers, eat a locust patty. It'll make the planet happy. Just ignore those little legs stuck in between your teeth. The planet's getting better, isn't that neat?
I'm wondering if you were thinking, how did he come topic? Yeah, I kind of was for the moment. What the fuck? Oh my god. Okay, I love Foamy the Squirrel. Okay. I don't even want to know what I just watched. I'm purposely ignoring.
Why is the world such a miserable place?
Why are you such a miserable person?
Because the world is miserable?
Well, do you think that you, being miserable, is helping the world get better?
Well, no.
Then knock it off, you self-indulgent schmuck! Have a cookie!
Cookies made me fat.
Do you want bakers to lose their jobs? Eat a cookie!
So, me eating cookies helps keep people employed?
Obviously!
Finally! Logic I can get behind.
Save the planet one baker at a time, eat a dozen cookies. If you have the mindset of being unhappy, being miserable, feeding your feelings with food, it's not really healthy, but who gives a damn? Look at the world, it's been all a scam. From beginning to end, we're all gonna die one way or another. Order a box of cookies, nom nom, till you die.
Yes, that muscle mommy is very valid. I love it. I love Foamy the Squirrel. It's just so funny. Okay, it's funny, alright? $15 years ago? What? Okay, I gotta see that. I gotta see this. I have to.
Yeah, tech support. I'm having a problem with my Smell brand computer and need a bit of help here. This fucker is acting up like a trouble child on crack.
Hello, what seems to be the trouble?
Well, it seems in my tinkering I went into the DOS programming and changed a 1 to a 0. Now it won't even start up. What do I do, oh guru of computer wisdom?
Have you tried restarting your computer?
Yes, and it doesn't restart.
Is your computer plugged in? That is very much common mistake.
What kind of fucking stupid question is that? Yes, it's plugged in. Don't jerk me around. This fucking operating system is as unstable as Charles Manson, and I need help.
Is your monitor on? Another mistake.
Dumbass, it doesn't start up.
What is your operating system? The system that you are operating?
It's one of those Windows operating systems, you know.
Very good. Do you like the ice cream?
What?
Do you like ice cream?
What the? Help me! Stop asking dumb questions and tell me what to do. Hello? Hello?
I will help, yes. Here is what you do. You hold down the following keys. A W, F, the number 2, the space bar, while typing out Ganesha is great, and tapping on the escape key for 20 minutes. So how is the weather there?
Ah, jeez. Here we go. Fine.
It is hot there, like a cow on fire.
Oh, yeah? Where are you? Florida or California?
I'm in India.
India? Wait, do you mean like Indiana?
No, India.
Wait a second. You're in India?
I just said that.
What the fuck? Why am I talking to someone in India about my computer that was made in Japan and bought in America?
The Smell Computer Company has moved their tech support headquarters to India because it is cheaper.
Nice, great. Well, why the fuck am I paying for first-rate tech support from a third-world country?
You American bastards are only paying me $20 a week.
20 a week? Damn, you're getting ripped off, dude. Tech support here gets that an hour.
My God, you're all a bastards!
Hey, we're discussing my computer here, not your slave wages. Pay attention. Focus!
Oh, very sorry. How is your computer today?
Broken, jackass. Broken. Wait, can I ask you a question? What if I just boot the computer up through the installer disk and have it rewrite the file I messed with?
Yes, I guess you could do that.
Oh, yeah, great. You've been a big fucking help.
Thank you for using Smell Computer Tech Support. Please tell your friends.
Damn foreign outsourcing. Keep the jobs in the U.S. so I can understand who I'm talking to. You fucking bastards.
I'm sorry, what? Oh my god. Oh my god. Yeah, fuck it.
What's with the portrait of you?
Some dude in my art class gave it to me.
Why?
No idea. He just handed it to me and said, "I hope you are the person that inspired this," and then left.
Yeah, no pressure.
I know, right? Like, what do I even do with that?
I don't know. Sometimes it's good to aspire to what people think you can be, rather than just being what you are.
I don't need that kind of pressure.
Bro, don't be lazy. Be the painting.
But I don't want to be the painting.
Be the painting! Be better than reality, transcend reality, be a painting that could be immortalized. There's no lies in the paint, because it might be real, it could be fate. You don't even know where it will go, it could transcend time and space. And you'll never have to be in this place because you are the painting that everyone adores. So hang it on your wall, live in it forever, like you were stuck in a Twilight Zone episode. Spinning around in the middle of space, stuck on a wall, looking out of the painting. Getting kinda creepy. The song goes on forever, because it's in the Twilight Zone, stuck in time and space. Where's Rod Serling when you need him?
Ending is no longer the actual vid. I don't even know anymore. I don't even know anymore. Okay. Brain rot go burr, yeah.
Fear of creativity. In recent years, as every platform has become more stringent with guidelines, terms of service, and all that stuff that was barely in place a decade ago, I've noticed an influx of creatives developing a fear of being creative. Be it an animator, artist, or just some schmuck spouting out nonsense, everyone is trying to work around a series of arbitrarily enforced guidelines that seem to be shrouded in mystery. So now, we all second guess ourselves. Should we say this? Should we do that? Is this acceptable? Is this not acceptable? Well, this person did this and it was fine, but this one did it and it wasn't. What do I do? What's acceptable? What can be said? What can't be said? Playing a video game with fictional violence? Nope, can't do that. Used a swear word when you broke your toe kicking an Amazon package? No. Funny cartoon that is clearly fictional, unrealistic, and has a bit of crass humor? Well, that's right out. So now, no one knows what to do anymore. What can be created? What can be said? I mean, you can only eliminate so many depictions of certain things and control so much language before all you're left with is boring content. Bland, empty, shallow garbage no one is gonna want to watch. We're kind of at that point where the guidelines put forth by certain platforms have now strangled thought to the point of pushing particular content creators away from said platforms, from even submitting content. I mean, why bother? Even if it's harmless, it could be banned, demonetized, or worse. Why bother? Why bother? And the bigger question is, why? I mean, obviously you don't want biased crap floating around on particular platforms, but other than that, shouldn't everything be up for grabs? I mean, when it comes to the internet, shouldn't everything be available to everyone? But think of the children! Why? The parents who let them wander the web unattended certainly don't. Why should any content creator have to act as a babysitter for some unsupervised nitwit whose parents are too busy to be bothered with the responsibility of, parenting? Content creators should not have the responsibility of being a babysitter. Have you seen some of them out there? Would you leave your kid with them? No, so don't. This argument happened years ago with television. Parents just dumped their kids in front of it and kept their fingers crossed that what they were watching wasn't bad. Until it was. Then there was outcry. This stuff needs to be censored. It needs to change. It needs to be removed and banned. Music, movies, games. For some reason, everyone targets the arts for all the ills of society. Wouldn't be, war, religion, or any other real life stuff that happens. Nope. And why is cartoon violence not able to be shown on certain platforms? Yet, the news can show the most grotesque, real-world atrocities over network television. I mean, what? I don't know, folks. This hypocrisy is a long-standing one, so who knows if it'll ever change. Probably won't. Yeah, because humans, don't really want to address any real-world issues going on. Nope. Some dude playing a video game with blood and guts needs to be banned. That person commenting on current events needs to be removed because their opinions could warp someone's mind. That rapper shaking their butt, that's a bad influence. Get rid of them. I know platforms are trying to clamp down on certain types of content in the guise of doing what's right, but it is a slippery slope. Just because you think something isn't right doesn't mean it shouldn't be talked about, heard, or even poked fun at, as long as it's in a logical or entertaining way. At some point, all content creators are just going to have to release content directly to supporters and bypass platforms altogether, as they're not as supportive as they used to be. Platforms generally don't get behind their content creators anymore. They're not there to help defend them. They basically drop them immediately and move on to someone else. It wasn't always this way, but here we are. So, I don't know, if you're a creative type out there, maybe just use these platforms to go to other sites where you can do what you want to do. Because it's starting to cease to be fun. And y'all know it. You can feel it. You may not want to admit it, but it's out there. You see it. The content everywhere is so boring. Even the stuff that tries not to be, that tries to shock you, tries to drum up drama, the clout tracers, the yelling streamers. It's a lot of talking with no information. It goes nowhere. It just wastes time and space. Make things better because it needs to be better. If you don't like it, go die in a sweater. Thoughts and views should be heard. If you don't like it, make up some opposing words. Don't be absurd. I need to make my own platform that has no guidelines but just deals with animation and isn't stupid.
I actually agree with this. I I mean, a lot of fucking terms of service is so absolutely outrageous that people get banned for one word or something absolutely ridiculous, or should I say redonkulous, because it's just that stupid. Like, sure, your kid's like, oh, think of the children. I'm sorry, you left your child unsupervised and in front of a computer? In front of the TV? And breaking news comes on or whatever the fuck? I don't give a shit, you're the parent! I mean, I was never unsupervised. Ever! When it came to the computer! And my parents were like, okay, so you can only do this. Here's a parent lock. You can't get past it. You can only play these. You can only go on these websites. Like, cool. The only thing I wanted to do was play pinball on the fucking computer. I was like, there's no need for this. Oh, thank you for the entrance pass for Parker Lynn. I appreciate that. But yeah, I totally agree that platforms have become absolute crap. I don't care. I really don't. Like, all the terms of service, I see them and I see something that is so absolutely stupid and just doesn't sound right, and my brain just goes, delete file, do not compute, does not reply, does not want to fucking absolutely at all do anything. Like, my brain just went, it does not compute, will not let this slide, will not cooperate to actually translating this, because what I'm reading, I'm like, you're telling me that I can't do a certain amount of things that I want to do just because you think it should be blah blah blah. Holy shit. Watch time. 3 days and 14 hours. That's in total. Yeah, you usually come in pretty late on my streams, if I'm back on the if I'm being honest. But yeah, when it comes down to terms of service, I just absolutely don't. I can't fucking read it. Because it's just so horrible. 86,000 total. Damn. Thank you for that information. That was very helpful. But yeah, so when it comes down to actually doing something like this, I want to do things, play certain games. So if you're actually making a guideline that makes me into a babysitter, you better pay me more than you're actually paying me now, because I used to make more as a freaking babysitter in actual life when I used to babysit, okay? So if I'm supposed to be watching out for kids and babysitting, I should be getting paid more, period, okay? I say 18 plus stream. I've even gone through the process of literally saying this is adult content here, because I say fuck or whatever the hell, I swear a lot. I even absolutely blurt out things randomly and I don't even notice. So I've gone through this painstaking process of making sure that this is an adult stream, and I still need to watch my language. I'm like, yeah, you know what? No, fuck off. I ain't doing this shit. I ain't a babysitter. I'm not getting paid enough for this shit. I am not doing it. Okay? Fear creativity. Yes, absolutely. Like, how are we supposed to actually do any creativity anywhere if we can't do the shit we want? Huh? How is that possible? But yes, for those of you who don't know, we are going to be having an anime watch party next month at the first weekend of the month. So let me see. I'm just gonna go ahead and check what time that was. Okay, let's see. Calendar. There. So in September, that would be the 7th of September. We are gonna have a watch party in the Discord channel in the theater. We're gonna be watching the season Land of the Lustrous this time. Oh my god! Over a year! Vampire Family, thank you so much! I appreciate it. I really do. It's been a wonderful, wonderful ride. I read the manga Land of the Lustrous. Oh, we're gonna be watching the anime. I think it's a short anime. So I'm trying to find short animes to watch with you guys, because we're gonna watch it for the entire day. So I'm gonna be starting at 4 p.m. for me, which is about 8 a.m. across the sea for you guys. And we're gonna be watching and, you know, actually talking about the episodes and what we think. Last time we watched another, which was a horror series. An absolute nightmare. And also, it ended in such a way that they could have actually made a second season. But they didn't. So we're currently just trying to watch some funny things. But right now, I just don't want to, like, watch anything. Us. So we're just gonna go ahead and rate out probably most. Alright, so we're gonna go ahead and get ready to raid out. So please do copy the raid message, and if you are subscribed, please do spam the raiding mode at your leisure. But first things first, let's see who is live, who we can raid, who we can actually poke. Funny haha that. Let's see. Okay, we're gonna rate Hope T93. She or they are currently playing Hunt Showdown. But as always, guys, thank you so much for joining me here today. However short or long you stayed. But please do take care of yourself, meaning eat, hydrate, and rest. These are very important to maintain your health. If you have the opportunity and the energy, try and take care of each other. But most importantly, do remember, you are beautiful creatures. Now, I will send you off to cause mayhem, destruction, and chaos in Volt's chat. So, I will see you next time on Myeondae or Genshin. Until next time, darlings. See you then.